Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I work the night shift at a 24-hour laundromat in Portland. It's one of those places that never really sleeps, with the hum of machines and the flicker of fluorescent lights keeping things just alive enough to make the hours feel less empty. Most nights are just quiet, filled with the steady rhythm of washers spinning and dryers tumbling. But Thursdays are different. Every Thursday at exactly 1:11 in the morning, she shows up. I remember the first time I saw her. It was dead quiet except for the buzz of the machines. She walked in wearing a bright yellow raincoat, the kind that looks like it's straight out of a children's storybook. She didn't carry any laundry, no baskets, no bags, just that raincoat and a book clutched in her hands. She never said a word, never looked me in the eye. Instead, she sat down at one of the plastic chairs along the wall and started humming a soft, almost lullaby-like tune. The humming was strange because it was a song I knew well but hadn't heard in years. It was something my mom used to sing to me when I was little, a kind of bedtime song that was supposed to make the dark less scary. But hearing it there, in the middle of the night, with the machines whirring and the fluorescent lights casting long shadows, it was eerie in a way I couldn't shake. What caught my attention next was the book she always carried. I thought maybe it was a diary or a novel, but when I got curious and looked closely, the pages were completely blank. I mean, not a single word, not even a doodle, just empty paper. I asked myself if maybe it was a trick of the lighting or if the pages were stuck together. But every time she showed up, she had that same book, open or closed but always blank. She never interacted with anyone. No other customers seemed to notice her much, or at least they never mentioned it. She was always there, humming that same song, flipping the pages as if reading, but never turning a word. And she never stayed long, usually just 20 or 30 minutes, and then she'd leave as quietly as she came, disappearing into the damp night. I started paying more attention, mostly because it was the only thing that made my night shifts feel less monotonous. Sometimes I'd watch her in the security footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of who she was, or maybe see her face a bit clearer. But the footage was just as strange as the real thing. In every clip, she was soaked, completely drenched, like she'd just stepped out of a storm. And that was the weird part, because the night she came, it wasn't raining at all. The weather reports confirmed dry conditions, no storms, no drizzle, nothing that would explain why she was always dripping wet. I mentioned it once to a coworker, joking about how maybe she was some kind of ghost. They laughed it off, said I was working too many graveyard shifts and letting my imagination get the best of me. Maybe they were right, but there was something about her presence, about the song she hummed, that stuck with me. It was like she was trying to say something without words, like she was trapped in some loop and could only communicate through that haunting melody. Then one Thursday she didn't show up. The chair where she always sat was empty, and the hum of her song was gone. I was relieved at first, thinking maybe it was finally over. But then, as the night wore on, the humming started again. It wasn't coming from anywhere a person could be. It was inside the walls, the pipes, the vents, the machines themselves. The sound was soft but unmistakable, like the ghost of her song echoing through the building. I checked the security cameras obsessively that night, looking for any sign of her, any movement, any disturbance. But the footage was clean, empty, except for the usual cars passing by outside and the blinking lights of the machines. No one came in, no one went out. Yet the humming persisted, filling the laundromat with a chill I couldn't explain. I almost didn't want to believe what I was hearing. Maybe it was just the hum of the machines playing tricks on my ears. Maybe the loneliness of the graveyard shift was making me hear things that weren't there. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself, that lullaby my childhood, lullaby kept floating through the air, soft and steady, like a beacon in the dark. The mystery of the girl in the yellow raincoat stayed with me long after that night. I kept wondering who she was, why she came every Thursday, why she carried a blank book, and why the humming had taken over when she was gone. Was she a spirit tied to some forgotten tragedy? An urban legend come to life? Or was it all in my head, a trick of exhaustion and loneliness? Whatever the answer was, I knew one thing for sure. The laundromat wasn't just a place to wash clothes anymore. It was a place where the past lingered, where the quiet hum of machines mixed with the soft song of a girl who never really left. And every Thursday, I still find myself waiting for her to walk through the door, raincoat dripping, book in hand, humming that lullaby that never fades. The nights after she stopped showing up were the hardest. The laundromat felt hollow without her presence. I kept expecting to see her yellow raincoat glistening under the flickering fluorescent lights, but the chair she always sat in remained empty. It was strange how quickly her absence turned the place colder, as if her ghost still lingered, refusing to leave. Then, the humming started soft, distant at first, like a fading memory, but it quickly grew louder, filling every corner of the building. The sound wasn't coming from any machine or vent, but seemed to crawl beneath the walls and settle into the very floorboards. It was the same lullaby she always hummed, the one I remembered from my childhood, but distorted, echoing as if trapped inside the building itself. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The night shifts made the hours drag, and loneliness warps the mind. I tried to rationalize the humming as just the machines working in a strange rhythm, or the building settling after the cold day. But the sound was too deliberate, too melodic to be just noise. I'd find myself freezing mid-task, listening for it, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was no mistaking that lullaby now, and it didn't stop. It seeped into the silence, looping softly, haunting me long after the machines powered down. I watched the security footage obsessively, hoping to catch even the smallest hint of her return or some sign that someone else had been in the laundromat. But the cameras showed nothing unusual. The night was quiet, the streets outside empty, the parking lot devoid of any visitors. Not a single soul crossed the threshold, yet the humming persisted, a phantom melody wrapped around the very walls. It was like the building itself was trying to communicate, using the song as a language only I could hear. I started noticing other strange things around the laundromat. Occasionally, machines would switch on or off by themselves. The washers sometimes stopped mid-cycle, or the dryers would whir at odd intervals without a coin inserted. Once, I found a single yellow raindrop-shaped sticker stuck to a dryer door. It wasn't mine, and no one else worked those shifts. The place felt alive in a way I had never felt before, like it was breathing beneath the surface. I was no longer alone during those late hours, even if no one else was there. I reached out to coworkers and asked if they'd ever noticed anything strange. Most of them brushed it off, chalking it up to overwork or a tired mind. But one of the older guys admitted he'd once heard a faint humming while closing up one night, a tune he couldn't place but that sent a chill down his spine. He didn't say much more, but I caught the unspoken agreement we both sensed something we couldn't explain. Desperate for answers, I started researching the laundromat's history. The building had been there for over 50 years, changing hands a few times. Nothing obvious came up about tragedies or hauntings, but local folklore hinted at a girl who died on a stormy night years ago. According to some stories, she'd drowned after getting caught in the rain, her yellow raincoat sticking to her as she vanished into the storm. Some whispered that her spirit never left the place where she'd last been seen. I wondered if this was the same girl, if somehow the laundromat was her tether to the world. I spoke with an elderly neighbor who remembered the laundromat's early days. She told me about a little girl who used to hang around the neighborhood, always wearing a bright yellow raincoat, no matter the weather. They said she was sweet but quiet, always carrying a book that no one was allowed to see. The neighbor shivered when she mentioned how, on certain nights, you could hear her humming a lullaby as she wandered the streets, even when no one was around. It was exactly the song I heard. As the nights dragged on, I started keeping a journal. I wrote down every instance of humming, every machine that acted strangely, every shadow I caught out of the corner of my eye. I recorded the times she should have appeared and the empty chair that waited. Writing helped me hold on to reality, but it also made the mystery feel heavier. It was like I was piecing together a story I didn't fully understand yet, a story that was part ghost tale and part memory. The humming seemed to come from different places on different nights, sometimes near the washers, other times by the folding tables or the vents. Once, I even heard it outside, carried on the wind as I closed the door. It was almost as if she was everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the laundromat like a thread connecting the past and the present. I thought about the book she always carried. Why was it blank? Was it a symbol, a placeholder, or something I wasn't meant to see? I found myself wondering if the laundromat was a kind of waiting room for her spirit, a place stuck in time where she replayed the same moments over and over, humming that lullaby to keep the darkness at bay. Some nights I'd catch myself humming the tune back to the empty room, as if calling to her, trying to reach through the silence. It became a strange ritual, a way to keep the connection alive. I don't know if she heard me, or if it even mattered. What mattered was that the song was no longer just a sound, but a presence, a ghostly thread pulling me deeper into a story that refused to end. The laundromat had become more than a job. It was a place where the boundary between the living and the lost blurred. Every Thursday at 1:11, whether she appeared or not, the humming would rise again, a haunting lullaby echoing through the machines and walls, reminding me that some stories never really end. And I, for better or worse, was a part of hers now. The humming stayed with me, a constant companion that refused to be ignored. It was there when I arrived at the laundromat and lingered long after I left. Some nights it was so soft I thought I was imagining it, but other times it filled the air like a quiet song meant just for me. I started to realize the sound was more than a simple noise. It was a presence, a message, or maybe a call for help. I found myself listening for it everywhere, in the hum of the machines, the rustle of the fluorescent lights, even in the wind outside the windows. It felt like she was there somehow, woven into the fabric of the place. I began keeping a journal, writing down every detail I could remember: the time she usually appeared, the exact note of the humming, the way the light flickered when the song got louder. I tried to find a pattern, something to explain what I was experiencing. Each entry felt like a step deeper into a mystery I was barely equipped to solve. Still, the more I wrote, the clearer it became that this was not just about a girl in a yellow raincoat. It was about a story I had stumbled into, a story that blurred the line between the living and the lost. One night, as I was closing up, the humming became louder, almost urgent. It filled the room and seemed to wrap around me, pulling me toward the back corner near the dryers. I followed it, heart pounding, until I stood before the old rusted dryer that hadn't worked for years. The humming faded the moment I reached out to touch it. I pulled the door open, half expecting to find something inside, but it was empty, except for a small puddle of water that hadn't been there before. The cold wetness seeped through my fingers, and I shivered. I took that moment as a sign. Maybe she was trying to reach me, to show me that she was still here somehow, trapped between worlds. I started bringing small things to the laundromat on Thursdays: a folded blanket, a book, sometimes a cup of tea. It felt silly, but I hoped that if she was watching, she might know I was trying to help. On one of those nights, I found a yellow raindrop sticker stuck to the wall near the dryers. It wasn't mine, and no one else worked those hours. It was a tiny piece of evidence that made me believe she was more than just a ghost story. I reached out to an old friend who studied folklore and the supernatural. I explained everything: the girl in the raincoat, the humming, the blank book, the wet clothes, the handprint on the wall. She listened patiently, and then told me about spirits tied to places of transition, especially spots where people had experienced sudden or tragic deaths. According to her, these spirits sometimes replay moments from their lives, trapped in a loop until someone helps them move on. She said the humming could be a way to communicate, a bridge between the past and present. The idea both comforted and terrified me. If she was stuck, if she was trying to tell me something, what could I do? Could I really help her, or was I just inviting more shadows into my life? I wondered if the laundromat was a kind of purgatory for her, a place where time stood still and the rain never stopped falling. The thought made me feel closer to her, but also more alone. On one particularly cold night, I noticed something new on the security footage. For a brief moment, the yellow raincoat appeared, flickering like a flame in the dark near the entrance. It was so faint and fleeting that I almost missed it. The camera showed no one else entering or leaving. I rewound and watched the clip again and again, my heart racing. She was there, or at least something wearing her raincoat. It was a silent confirmation that she hadn't left, that she was still bound to the laundromat, waiting for something or someone. I tried to talk to other night shift workers, but most just laughed nervously or said they didn't want to believe in ghosts. Some shared their own stories of strange noises or flickering lights, but no one had seen her or heard the humming the way I did. It was like the laundromat was a secret world only I was part of, a place where reality bent and the past whispered in melodies. The nights grew colder as winter approached, and the humming became a fixture of my routine. I found myself humming back, a soft echo in the silence, hoping to connect across the divide. I imagined her sitting there, reading the blank pages of her book, waiting for the rain to stop, or for someone to understand her story. I wondered about the night she first appeared, what had led her there in that yellow raincoat, soaked to the bone. Was she lost, searching for something or someone? Did the song she hummed mean more than I could grasp? I thought about the people who had passed through the laundromat over the years, how many of their stories had been forgotten, swallowed by time like her. One night, as the humming swelled around me, I felt a sudden warmth, a soft, glowing light near the folding tables. I turned toward it and saw, for a brief second, a silhouette in the yellow raincoat standing in the corner. She looked at me with eyes full of sadness and hope, a silent plea to remember her. Then she was gone, leaving behind only the lingering melody of her lullaby. The laundromat had become more than a place to wash clothes. It was a threshold, a bridge between worlds where the past met the present in whispers and songs. And every Thursday at 1:11 in the morning, I still wait for her to walk through the door, raincoat dripping, book in hand, humming that lullaby that never fades. The deeper I got into the mystery, the more the laundromat felt less like a place I worked, and more like a threshold to something I could not fully understand. Each Thursday, I found myself waiting for the moment she would appear, the moment when the yellow raincoat would materialize through the door, and the humming would start again. Even when she did not show up, the lullaby seemed to seep from the walls and floors, filling the empty space with a presence that was impossible to ignore. It was a haunting that I could not shake, no matter how much I tried to focus on the mundane tasks of washing and folding clothes. I started keeping a small altar near the corner where she always sat. It was simple, a folded yellow scarf, a candle, and a small notebook where I wrote down everything I noticed. Each Thursday, I added something new, a pressed flower, a folded paper crane, a photo of the laundromat taken at dusk. It felt silly to some, but for me, it was a way to connect, a gesture of hope that maybe she could feel it. Sometimes when I lit the candle, I swear the temperature in the room would drop, the flame flickering as if responding to an unseen breath. The humming became more than a sound, it became a kind of language. I would hum back, softly at first, unsure if I was making it worse or better. The lullaby was familiar but warped, stretched thin like a memory on the edge of fading away. Sometimes it seemed playful, other times desperate, like a call across a vast and empty space. I wondered if she was trying to reach me, to tell me something important she could not say with words. One night, I stayed after my shift ended, sitting alone in the laundromat with only the humming for company. I lit the candle on the altar and closed my eyes, letting the sound wash over me. Suddenly, I felt a soft touch on my shoulder, like a feather brushing my skin. I spun around, but no one was there. The room was empty except for the machines and the quiet hum of the air conditioner. I wanted to believe it was her, reaching out to say she was still there, but the doubt lingered like a shadow. I began researching the lullaby, trying to trace its origins. I found old recordings of folk songs and lullabies from the Pacific Northwest, songs sung by mothers to calm their children during storms. The melody was similar, but never quite the same, as if it had been twisted through time and memory. It made me think about the stories the laundromat held, stories of people who had passed through, lives touched by loss and hope. Maybe she was one of those stories, a memory trapped in the rhythm of the machines. As the seasons changed and the nights grew longer, the laundromat took on a new kind of life. I started seeing other things, faint footprints appearing on the wet floor near the entrance, the sound of small footsteps echoing in the empty aisles. Once, I found a yellow glove folded neatly on a folding table, its partner nowhere to be found. These small details felt like breadcrumbs, clues left behind by someone or something that wanted to be remembered. The community around the laundromat began to whisper too. Some of the regular night workers talked about the girl in the raincoat, about the humming that haunted the walls. They shared stories of strange sightings and unexplained chills. A few even said they had heard the lullaby softly while doing laundry alone late at night. It was becoming a shared experience, a local legend born from the fabric of the place. One elderly man who frequented the laundromat told me about a stormy night decades ago when a young girl had disappeared near the river that ran behind the building. He said she was last seen wearing a yellow raincoat, carrying a book, and humming a lullaby that chilled everyone who heard it. The story matched perfectly, but no one had ever found a trace of her. The man's voice was heavy with sadness as he told me, and I felt the weight of that night pressing down on the laundromat like a wound that never healed. I started to wonder if the laundromat was a kind of crossroads, a place where the living and the lost met. The humming was more than a ghostly sound. It was a thread connecting past and present, a reminder that some stories never really end. I thought about the girl, about what she might want or need. Was she trapped in a loop, replaying the moments before her disappearance, or was she waiting for someone to help her find peace? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the laundromat wasn't just a place for cleaning clothes. It was a space filled with memories, echoes of lives touched by time and tragedy. The yellow raincoat, the blank book, the humming lullaby, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was slowly learning to see. And even though I couldn't fully understand the story, I felt honored to be a part of it. On a cold, rainy Thursday, the laundromat was quieter than usual. The rain tapped steadily against the windows, and the machines hummed softly. I sat by the altar and lit the candle, watching as the flame flickered and danced. For a moment, I thought I saw a flash of yellow in the corner of my eye, a shimmer like a raindrop catching the light. I turned quickly, but the room was empty. Then the humming began again, gentle and steady, weaving through the air like a soft embrace. I closed my eyes and listened, feeling a strange calm wash over me. It was as if the laundromat was breathing, alive with the memory of the girl who never left. The lullaby was no longer just a song, it was a promise, a connection that reached beyond time and space. And in that moment, I knew she was still here, not as a ghost to fear, but as a presence to remember. The laundromat was her home now, a place where the rain never stopped and the song never ended. And I, for better or worse, was its keeper. The weeks after that rainy Thursday felt different. The laundromat, once just a place to pass the night and wash clothes, had become a place full of stories, echoes, and questions that I could not ignore. The humming lullaby continued, sometimes barely audible, other times filling the entire room with its strange, gentle melody. It was like the song carried the weight of years, a story of loss and longing that I was slowly learning to understand. I found myself drawn deeper into the mystery of the girl in the yellow raincoat. I searched for old news articles, spoke with longtime residents, and scoured archives, hoping to find more clues about her life and disappearance. The stories I uncovered were heartbreaking. She was a child who had vanished on a stormy night many years ago, a girl who loved to read and spent her days wandering near the river behind the laundromat. No one had ever found her, and her memory lived on in whispered stories and a few faded photographs tucked away in old family albums. Sometimes I imagined her sitting in the laundromat, turning the blank pages of her book and humming that haunting lullaby. I thought about how lonely she must have been, waiting for someone to notice, to listen, to understand. The laundromat became a kind of shrine to her memory, a place where she was not forgotten but remembered and cared for. The humming seemed to respond to me, growing louder when I felt particularly alone, and fading when I was surrounded by others. It was like a fragile thread connecting us across time and space, a reminder that some bonds never truly break. I started to hum the lullaby myself, softly at first, then louder, hoping that my voice might reach her and offer some comfort. One night, the humming led me to the back room where the old machines were kept. The air was thick with the smell of damp metal and aged wood. As I stood there, the sound surrounded me, wrapping around me like a protective cloak. I felt a sudden rush of cold air and saw, just for a moment, the shimmer of yellow near the corner. It was as if she was there, watching, waiting, offering a quiet presence that both comforted and unsettled me. I took to leaving small tokens behind on Thursdays, a scarf, a book, a small bouquet of wildflowers picked from the edge of the riverbank. I hoped these gifts might reach her, might ease the loneliness of the place. Sometimes I found the gifts disturbed or moved, as if someone had touched them in the night. It gave me hope that she was still there, still connected to the world in her own way. The laundromat's other workers started noticing the changes too. Some talked about the strange feeling that hung in the air on certain nights, the way the lights flickered or the machines seemed to whisper. Others spoke of hearing a faint song when they thought they were alone. No one could explain it, but they all agreed the place was different, alive in a way that was both beautiful and eerie. I continued to study the lullaby, trying to trace its origins and meaning. It turned out to be a blend of old folk songs, melodies passed down through generations to soothe children during storms or times of hardship. The song's words were simple and soothing, but when hummed softly in the dead of night, it took on a haunting quality that stirred something deep inside me. I thought about the blank book she always carried. Maybe it was a symbol of the story she wanted to tell but could not, a silent plea to be seen and heard. The pages were empty, but in their emptiness was a kind of freedom, a space where memories and emotions could live without being trapped by words. It was a reminder that sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones left unwritten. As time went on, I realized the laundromat was no longer just a place of machines and cycles. It was a space where the past and present intertwined, where the living and the lost met in whispers and songs. The girl in the yellow raincoat had become a guardian of sorts, a presence that watched over the building and those who passed through its doors. Some nights I would catch glimpses of her flash of yellow, the soft rustle of fabric, the faint outline of a figure just beyond the edge of sight. Each time my heart would race, torn between fear and longing. I wanted to reach out, to touch her, to tell her she was not alone. But she always slipped away, leaving only the lingering melody of her lullaby behind. The laundromat had become a place of healing, a refuge where memories were honored and the boundaries between worlds blurred. It was a reminder that even in the darkest places there is light, and even in silence there is a song waiting to be heard. I still work the night shifts, and every Thursday at 1:11 I find myself waiting, watching the door, listening for the soft hum of a lullaby that never fades. The girl in the yellow raincoat may never return in the way I hope, but she is there in the song, in the shadows, in the heart of the laundromat, and I will keep waiting, humming back and remembering. The nights grew colder as winter crept in, but the laundromat remained a strange beacon in the darkness, a place where the ordinary met the mysterious. Each Thursday, I found myself there at 1:11, waiting for the girl in the yellow raincoat, for that soft humming lullaby to fill the air again. The place was still, empty except for the hum of the machines and the flicker of the fluorescent lights, but beneath the surface it felt alive with a presence I could not see but deeply felt. It was as if the walls themselves remembered her, holding onto her song like a secret shared between us. That night, the air was thick with moisture, and the rain drummed steadily on the roof. I was alone, finishing the last load of laundry before closing up. The machines hummed rhythmically, their sounds blending with the soft patter of rain outside. I sat in the usual chair by the wall, the same spot where she would have sat. I closed my eyes and let the quiet wash over me. For a moment, I was somewhere else, somewhere where time did not move and the rain never stopped falling. Suddenly, the lullaby began soft and hesitant at first, then growing stronger, filling the laundromat with its gentle melody. I opened my eyes and saw her just a flicker at first, a shimmer of yellow in the corner of the room. The girl in the yellow raincoat was there, standing near the entrance, her figure translucent and glowing softly in the dim light. She held the blank book in her hands, turning the pages slowly, as if searching for something she could not find. I wanted to reach out to her, to tell her that she was not alone, that I had been waiting all this time, but my feet felt rooted to the floor, and my voice caught in my throat. She looked up, and though her face was blurred and ethereal, I felt her eyes meet mine full of sadness, hope, and something I could not quite understand. The humming grew louder, surrounding us both in a cocoon of sound and light. Then, without warning, the figure moved closer, reaching out a hand that shimmered like mist. I wanted to take it, to hold on and never let go, but the moment slipped away like water through my fingers. She smiled, a small, bittersweet smile, and the room seemed to sigh. The rain slowed, the machines quieted, and the glow faded until she was gone, leaving only the faintest trace of her lullaby hanging in the air. I sat there long after the last notes faded, the silence heavy but not empty. For the first time in months, I felt a sense of peace. It was not closure, not an end, but a beginning, a moment of connection across time and space that felt like a promise. The girl in the yellow raincoat was still here, still a part of the laundromat's story, and maybe, just maybe, waiting for someone to keep her memory alive. The next morning, I found something new on the folding table, a small folded paper crane made from yellow paper. It was delicate and perfect, and I knew it was from her. I placed it carefully on the altar I had made, alongside the scarf and the flowers. It was a sign, a message, a gift from the past that told me I was not alone in this. As winter turned to spring, the humming lullaby became a part of my life. It was no longer a haunting, but a reminder of the fragile beauty of memory and the enduring power of hope. I kept working the night shifts, always ready for the moment when the girl in the yellow raincoat would appear, carrying her blank book and humming her song. The laundromat became more than a place to wash clothes. It was a sanctuary for stories, a bridge between worlds, and a home for a song that would never end. And as long as I was there, I knew the girl in the yellow raincoat would never be forgotten. Sometimes when the rain falls softly and the night is still, I hear the lullaby drifting through the air, a gentle, haunting melody that carries the weight of years and the promise of tomorrow. It is the song of a girl who vanished but never left, a song that lives in the heart of the laundromat, waiting for anyone willing to listen. And I will always listen. The laundromat had become a part of me, and I a part of its story. Every Thursday at 1:11, whether the girl in the yellow raincoat appeared or not, the place held a quiet expectation. That lullaby, the soft, haunting song that tied together time, memory, and loss, seemed woven into the fabric of the building itself. It was as if the laundromat and the girl were locked in an unspoken conversation, one I was privileged to witness. That final night began like so many others. The machines hummed steadily, the fluorescent lights flickered just slightly, and the rain drummed gently against the windows. I sat near the folding tables, a candle burning softly beside me, casting warm light over the worn floor. I was alone, save for the memories and the lingering presence that had come to mean more than just a ghost story. I listened carefully, waiting for the first notes of the lullaby. It came slowly, a whisper carried on the cold air, almost hesitant, as if unsure it would be heard. The melody wound through the room, wrapping around me like a soft embrace. I closed my eyes, letting the sound fill every part of me, drawing me closer to the invisible thread that connected past and present. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it a shimmer of yellow, the faintest outline of a raincoat, delicate and ethereal. The girl appeared, translucent but radiant, standing quietly near the entrance. She held the blank book in her hands, turning the empty pages slowly, her movements graceful and calm. I felt a rush of emotions, sorrow, hope, and something deeper I could not name. I stood up slowly, stepping toward her, feeling the floor beneath my feet and the candle's warmth in my hand. Our eyes met, though hers were hazy and shifting. There was a spark of recognition, a silent acknowledgement that we had been waiting for this moment. The humming grew louder, the lullaby rising to a gentle crescendo, filling the space between us. The girl reached out, and though her hand passed through mine like mist, I felt the weight of her presence, the gravity of her story. It was a story of loss, of loneliness, but also of love that transcended time and space. She was not trapped, but freed, no longer bound to the laundromat or the endless loop of the song. In her smile, there was peace, a release from the shadows that had followed her for so long. As the lullaby faded, the girl's form began to dissolve into the air, scattering like golden leaves caught in a breeze. The raincoat shimmered one last time before disappearing, leaving the laundromat quiet and still. The candle flickered gently, then settled into a steady glow, as if the room itself was sighing with relief. I sat back down, tears streaming silently down my face. I felt a profound sense of closure, a connection that had been forged through months of waiting, listening, and believing. The laundromat was no longer just a place haunted by a song. It was a sanctuary of memory and healing. The next morning I found a single yellow flower resting on the folding table. It was fresh, vibrant, and unlike anything I had seen before. I took it as a gift, a sign that the girl's story had reached its end, but also that it lived on in the hearts of those who remember and in the soft hum of the laundromat's machines. From that day forward, the humming lullaby became a quiet comfort rather than a haunting echo. I continued to work the night shifts, carrying the memory of the girl in the yellow raincoat with me, honoring her story by sharing it with anyone who would listen. The laundromat had become a place where the past and present met, where stories were told without words, and where love endured beyond the bounds of time. Sometimes when the rain falls gently and the night is calm, I still hear the faintest notes of that lullaby, a reminder that some songs never truly end, and that every story deserves to be heard. I adopted her a week ago, a quiet, gentle dog with soft brown eyes and a coat that felt like worn velvet. The shelter had named her Daisy, but I started calling her Luna. It seemed to fit. She was calm, watchful, and had a way of moving that reminded me of moonlight slipping through clouds. The first few days were uneventful. She followed me from room to room, always at a respectful distance. She didn't bark, didn't whine, didn't chew on furniture. She ate her meals slowly, as if savoring each bite, and slept curled up at the foot of my bed. I began to think I had lucked out, that maybe this was the start of something good. Then, on the 7th night, everything changed. It was around midnight. I was in the living room reading a book when Luna stood up abruptly. Her ears perked, and she stared down the hallway toward the closet. At first, I thought she had heard something outside a car door, perhaps, or a raccoon rummaging through trash, but then she started to growl. It was a low, rumbling sound, one I hadn't heard from her before. Her body tensed, muscles coiled like springs, and her eyes never left the closet door. The growl grew louder, more insistent, and then she began to bark. Not the playful bark of a dog wanting attention, but a sharp, frantic barking that echoed through the apartment. I tried to calm her, speaking softly, reaching out to touch her, but she wouldn't budge. Her focus was absolute, her entire being directed at that door. And then she started to scream. I've never heard a dog make a sound like that. It was a high-pitched, keening wail that sent shivers down my spine. She lunged at the closet door, slamming her head against it with a sickening thud. Again and again, she threw herself at it, each impact more violent than the last. I rushed to her, trying to pull her away, but she was relentless. Blood began to smear the white paint of the door, and I could see a gash forming above her eye. Desperate, I flung the closet door open. There was nothing inside. Just coats, shoes, and a few boxes stacked neatly on the shelf. No intruder, no animal, nothing that could have provoked such a reaction. Luna stopped immediately. She stood there, panting, blood dripping from her forehead, and stared into the empty closet. Then she turned away, walked back to the living room, and lay down on the rug. She hasn't made a sound since. I've taken her to the vet. They stitched up the wound and gave me some painkillers for her. Physically, she's healing, but something in her has changed. She doesn't follow me anymore. She doesn't respond to her name. She just lies there, eyes open, staring at nothing. I've tried everything, treats, toys, gentle coaxing, but it's like she's not there. like whatever she saw, whatever she experienced, took something from her. I don't know what to do. I've started sleeping with the lights on. I keep the closet door open now, as if to prove to both of us that there's nothing to fear. But sometimes late at night, I catch her glancing toward it, her eyes wide and unblinking. I wonder what she saw. I wonder if it's still there. I wonder if it saw her first. The vet said she was fine. They checked her eyes, her hearing, her blood. Everything came back normal. The head injury wasn't serious, they said. A few stitches, some rest, she'd be back to herself in no time. But they didn't see her lying there, didn't see how quiet she had become. She didn't flinch when they poked around her face. She didn't whimper when they cleaned the wound, just stared past them, through them, like she wasn't fully in the room anymore. I brought her home and laid a blanket out near the heater, trying to make her comfortable. She didn't move. I brought her food in a ceramic bowl, the kind with rubber on the bottom so it wouldn't slide. She didn't touch it. I sat with her on the floor for what felt like hours, hand resting lightly on her side, hoping the contact would do something. But she didn't lean into it. She didn't pull away either. Just lay there, still breathing, still blinking, but blank. By the next day, she still hadn't barked, not even once. I tried to keep things normal. I worked from home that day, answered emails, sat on video calls, even made myself lunch like usual. Every so often I glanced over at her, half expecting her to be gone or to be standing in front of the closet again, but she never moved. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house was too quiet. There's a kind of silence that isn't peaceful. It's not restful or calm. It presses in on you, makes every little sound feel exaggerated. The soft tick of the thermostat, the wind brushing against the windows, the creak of wood settling in the walls, none of it loud, but all of it felt too sharp, like something was just under the surface, waiting. Around 2 a.m, I got out of bed and walked into the hallway. The closet door was open, still nothing inside, just the same jackets, the same shoes. I reached out and closed it slowly. Not sure why. Maybe part of me thought she'd respond, that the act of closing it would snap her out of whatever this was. Nothing happened. When I turned around, she was sitting up. She hadn't made a sound. I hadn't heard her pause, but she was there, just behind me, watching me. I knelt down, spoke her name quietly. Still no response. Her head was tilted slightly, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I tried to walk her. She wouldn't move past the front step. I had to carry her back inside. I called the vet again. They said it might be psychological. That shelter dogs sometimes carry trauma you won't see for weeks. That maybe something had triggered an old fear. But they didn't explain the barking, the screaming, the blood. They didn't explain the way she was watching the closet, or how she wouldn't even eat. That night, I moved her bed to my room. I didn't want her alone, and truthfully, I didn't want to be alone either. I left the closet door open again. I didn't trust it shut. At around 4 a.m, I heard something. Not barking, not scratching. A thud. I sat up immediately. She was no longer in her bed. I walked out into the hallway. The closet door was wide open. She was standing in front of it, her head turned toward the inside, not moving, just staring. I called her name, no reaction. I flipped on the hallway light and stepped closer. There was blood on the floor again, a small smear, just a few inches wide leading up to the closet. I checked her head. The stitches were intact, no new wound, but the blood was fresh, still glossy in the light. There was nothing inside the closet. I checked every inch, pulled out the coats, opened every box, moved my shoes, just wood and dust and old receipts. Still, she wouldn't move. I picked her up, brought her back to my room, and closed the door. She lay back down, head resting on her paws, and stared at the wall. I didn't sleep. The next day I put a chair in front of the closet door. It wasn't locked, just shut, but the chair made me feel like I was doing something, like I had control over the situation, like I was keeping something out, or in. The blood was gone in the morning. Not dried, not smeared, gone, like it had never been there. I don't know what's happening. I've started leaving my lights on again. I've started checking every window before bed, even though I know this isn't coming from outside. It's in the house. And I don't mean that in some dramatic way. I mean it in a practical, grounded way. Whatever this is, it's not about ghosts or demons. It's about something real, something that's here. Something she knows and I don't. She hasn't barked in 5 days. And now, when I walk past the closet, I find myself holding my breath, just in case it hears me. I kept waiting for her to come back to herself. I thought maybe one day I'd wake up and she'd be sitting by the door again, tail flicking, ears perked up, waiting to be let out. I imagined hearing her soft little huff she used to make when she wanted a treat, but she never did. Every day was the same. She lay near the radiator or under the table, silent and still, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. By the end of the week, I was avoiding the hallway. I kept all the lights on in the main room, and even moved my coffee and breakfast into the living room. I pretended I was just mixing things up, but really I didn't want to walk past that door again, even with the chair in front of it, even knowing it was just a closet. Something about that space felt wrong now. I tried to tell myself it was all stress, that maybe I'd taken on too much lately. Work had been rough. Moving into a new place had me constantly on edge. Maybe I was just feeding off her behavior. Or maybe she was feeding off mine. It became this endless loop. She was tense, so I was tense, and the more I tried to fix it, the worse it got. I told a friend about it. I didn't go into all the details. I didn't talk about the screaming, or the blood, or the closet. I just said she had changed, suddenly, and that I was worried. He suggested a behaviorist, said it might be trauma from her previous home. That made sense, but something about it still didn't feel right. I felt like I was lying just by agreeing. The behaviorist came on a Friday afternoon. She was kind, calm, gentle with her words and her movements. She sat down near Luna, spoke in soft tones, and didn't force contact. She spent about an hour in the apartment, asking questions about the adoption, the layout of the place, the routines we had developed. She wrote things down in a small notebook. At the end, she stood up and looked toward the hallway. "She's avoiding that door," she said. "Not a question, just a statement." I nodded. "Yeah, that's when it started. She was barking at it. Then she hurt herself." She didn't say anything for a long time, just stood there, staring at the closed door. "Do you keep anything in there she might have reacted to?" she asked. I told her it was just coats, shoes, boxes. No cleaning supplies, no chemicals, nothing with a strong smell. I shook my head. Nothing like that. She walked over, gently moved the chair, and opened the door. We both stared inside. It looked exactly the way it always had, dim, a little dusty, nothing out of place. She stepped in and looked around, then reached up and pulled the chain for the overhead bulb. It flickered on. A weak yellow light filled the small space. She crouched down, ran her fingers along the baseboards, then stood and looked at the ceiling. When she came back out, she closed the door carefully and turned to me. "She's scared of that space," she said. "I don't know why, but something happened there, something that set her off." I asked her if she thought it could be a scent, or maybe a sound. Dogs hear things we can't. That's what everyone says. "Could be," she said, "but if it was just a sound, she'd have gone back to normal by now. This looks more like memory. Something triggered her, and she's stuck in it." "Stuck?" She nodded. "It happens, especially in dogs that have been through trauma. It's like a switch flips, and they can't switch back. They're frozen." "Can I fix it?" "Maybe, but not by forcing it. You'll have to let her lead." I didn't know what to do with that. Let her lead where? After she left, I sat on the floor next to Luna again. I kept hoping maybe she'd snap out of it. Maybe just hearing a new voice had jolted something loose. But she didn't move, didn't blink. She just watched the shadows shifting on the floor, like they meant something I couldn't understand. That night I left the closet door open again. I sat on the couch until late, lights off, just waiting to see what she would do. Nothing happened. But just before I turned in, I noticed something strange. One of the coats inside the closet had moved. It was swaying slightly, just a few inches, like it had been touched. There was no draft, no windows open. I got up, heart pounding, and slowly walked down the hallway. I stopped in front of the open closet and stared inside. The coat was still now. I reached out and touched it. It was cold. Colder than everything else in the closet. I backed away and closed the door again. The next morning, Luna was gone. Not missing, just not in the same place. She had moved to the hallway. She was sitting directly across from the closet. Not facing it, not watching it. Just sitting, like she was waiting. I stood there for a while, just watching her. She didn't react to my presence. She wasn't trembling or growling or doing anything dramatic. Just sitting, calm, focused on something I couldn't see. I called her name softly. Nothing. I reached down and gently touched her back. She blinked, but didn't look at me. Her whole posture was stiff, not tense exactly, but rigid, alert in a way that made my stomach turn. Like she was waiting for something she already knew would happen, something she had seen before. The behaviorist said to let her lead, so I didn't pull her away. I just sat down next to her, legs crossed on the hallway floor. We stayed like that for maybe half an hour. I kept trying to read her expression, but dogs don't give away much unless they want to. Her ears stayed forward. Her eyes never shifted. Every few minutes, she would breathe out hard through her nose like a sigh, like she was steadying herself. Eventually, I got up. I left the closet door closed and walked into the kitchen, made coffee, tried to act normal. I needed something to ground me. Even just the routine of boiling water and pouring it over the grounds helped. When I looked back down the hallway, she was still there. I don't know what I expected. For her to snap out of it, for something to lunge out of the closet and explain everything. Instead, the day passed slowly. I worked on my laptop from the kitchen table, answering emails, half listening to online meetings. Occasionally I'd glance at the hallway and see her still sitting, still watching. She didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't lay down. It started getting dark around 5. The apartment has these long windows that stretch from the floor up to the ceiling, and the light fades fast once the sun starts dropping behind the buildings. By the time I thought to turn on the lights, the hallway was already almost completely shadowed. She was still there. I flipped the switch. Light filled the hallway. She didn't move. Something about that unsettled me more than anything else. The way she stayed rooted in that one exact position, like she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Like some invisible line had been drawn across the floor, and she wasn't allowed to cross it. I tried coaxing her back into the living room, offered a treat, nothing. Just that same blank focus. At some point I started feeling like maybe this was more than trauma, or if it was trauma, it wasn't hers. I kept thinking about the coats in the closet, the cold fabric, the way that one jacket swayed slightly on its hanger. Maybe it was air currents. Maybe it was just the weight of memory playing tricks, but the room didn't feel right anymore. Around midnight, I decided to open the door again. I stood in front of it for a long time. Luna didn't move. Her breathing was slower than usual. I reached for the handle and paused. I felt something. Not physical, not even emotional really. More like a shift, like the air itself had changed. I opened the door. The light was still on inside. The single bulb hanging from the ceiling cast shadows in sharp angles. I stepped in slowly, checking every inch again. Moved the coats, opened the boxes. Felt along the walls and under the shelves. Nothing. But the cold was stronger this time, like walking into a space that hadn't been warmed in years. I looked up and saw that the ceiling panel, the one that covers the crawl space, had shifted slightly, just a crack, barely noticeable. I grabbed the step stool from the kitchen and climbed up. There was no ladder, just a panel that slid sideways. I pushed it open and pointed my phone light into the crawl space. Dust, cobwebs, a few old wires. And something else. A single dog collar. Not Luna's. This one was older. Leather, cracked, faded red. I reached up and pulled it down carefully. The tag was rusted, but I could still make out the name. Juno. I stared at it for a long time. I had never seen that name before. I checked with the shelter records. They had nothing about a dog named Juno in her file. No history of previous owners. Nothing to suggest she had been in a house like this before. But shelters can be messy. Paperwork gets lost. Dogs get renamed. Still, it felt like something important. I brought the collar into the living room and set it on the table. Luna hadn't followed. She stayed in the hallway, watching, unblinking. I thought about calling someone, maybe the behaviorist, maybe someone from the shelter, but what would I say? That my dog found something I didn't know was hidden? That she reacted to a name I had never spoken? I sat on the couch, just watching her. I said the name out loud once, softly. Juno. Luna's ears twitched. Not much, just the smallest flicker. I said it again. She blinked. Her gaze moved slightly, not to me, but to the space just to my left, as if something had shifted, as if something had heard. She didn't bark, didn't growl. She just got up, turned, and slowly walked back toward her bed, lay down, closed her eyes. And for the first time in days, I heard her sigh, a real one. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway instead, back against the wall, watching the closet, watching the dark, trying to remember if I had ever heard that name before. I didn't say the name again the next morning. I was afraid to. Not because I thought something would leap out of the closet or that Luna would start screaming again, but because I didn't know what the word meant to her. I didn't want to break whatever delicate thread had formed between her and that moment last night when she finally moved, finally blinked, finally lay down like something had passed. She still wasn't herself, but something had shifted. She followed me to the kitchen in the morning, slowly, cautiously, but she followed. She didn't touch her food, but she sat nearby while I ate toast and stared at the dog collar on the table, the cracked leather, the faded red, the rusted metal tag. I'd put it on a paper towel to keep it from sticking to the wood. It looked like it had been up there for years. I checked the crawl space again. No other items, no markings, just dust and insulation and silence. Whatever this collar was, whoever Juno was, it was the only thing someone left behind. I didn't know what to do with that. There was no obvious message, no backstory, no context, just a name and a feeling. I tried looking it up, just in case. Searched Juno and my address. Juno and the neighborhood. Nothing specific. Too many false positives. Mostly mythology pages and dog name lists. It didn't help. So I sat with it, kept the collar on the table like an object in a quiet museum. Luna would glance at it sometimes, but never approached. She never sniffed it, never barked. Just noticed it the way you notice a shadow that shouldn't be there. That afternoon I called the shelter. I didn't say much, just asked if there was any chance Luna had been picked up near my address before. I tried to sound casual, like I was just curious about her background. The woman on the phone said she'd check and get back to me. I could hear her clicking through files, then typing, then a long pause. She was found near your street, she said. Actually, just a block over. Brought in by animal control 3 months ago. No collar, no microchip. Any note on her behavior? I asked. When she came in? Another pause. It just says, withdrawn, underweight, fearful of closets. I stopped breathing for a second. Sorry, she said. That sounds odd, but sometimes intake volunteers write the environment they found them in. It could mean she was hiding in a closet when they picked her up, or that she avoided them. I'm not sure. I thanked her and hung up. Luna had been found near here, near this building. She had been hiding, or hiding from something. And now, months later, she was back, in the same hallway, in front of the same closet. Was it possible she had lived here before? That Juno was her old name. I tried saying it again that night, just once. "Juno," I whispered. She didn't look at me this time, but she did get up, walked slowly to the closet, sat down in front of it, not tense, not frozen, just quiet. I stayed a few feet back, heart thudding, trying not to spook her. She turned her head slightly, like she was listening, not to me, to the closet. I crouched beside her. The air felt cold again. Not freezing, just a few degrees lower than the rest of the apartment, like something forgotten, left in a closed room for too long. I didn't open the door. She didn't bark. We just sat. Eventually I moved to the living room, brought her blanket over, and folded it neatly in the hallway. She laid down on it, still facing the door. I slept on the couch. When I woke up, she was back in the kitchen, curled under the table. I almost didn't believe it at first. It was like the old her. Not completely, but close. Her eyes followed me as I walked by. Her ears perked up when I filled her bowl. She didn't eat, but she watched. That was enough. Later that afternoon, I got a knock at the door. A woman stood outside, older, maybe in her late 60s, wind-chapped face, coat zipped high. She looked nervous, like she had debated coming here and was still second-guessing herself. "I'm sorry," she said. "This is going to sound strange. But did you adopt a dog recently?" I hesitated, then nodded. Luna stood behind me, not barking, just watching. The woman looked past me, then down at the floor. I think that might have been my neighbor's dog, a few months ago. She introduced herself, her name was Eileen, and said she used to live 2 floors up. Said there had been a woman in the unit across the hall who had a small brown dog. Quiet, well-behaved, scared of loud noises. She said the woman left suddenly, in the middle of the night, no explanation. Just packed a few things and vanished. They found the dog alone, she said, in the hallway closet. That part stopped me cold. She didn't know the dog's name. She never asked. But she remembered the woman once saying something about Juno, thought it was a friend at first, later realized it might have been the dog's name. I asked if she knew why the woman left. She shook her head. She was quiet, kept to herself, but she was scared of something. I could feel it. We stood in the doorway for another minute, not saying anything, just letting the cold air drift in around us. Finally she said, "I saw your light on last night. Thought maybe, never mind." She left without finishing the thought. I closed the door, went back to the table, looked at the collar again. The dog who had been left behind, found in the closet, terrified, with no name anyone remembered. Now back in the same building, in front of the same door, and suddenly I was more sure than ever. Juno was her name. After the woman left, I stood in the hallway for a while, watching the light shift across the floorboards. It was late afternoon again, that quiet part of the day when everything starts to feel a little hollow. Luna Juno was lying under the kitchen table, her head resting on her front paws, eyes half closed. There was something calmer about her now. She still wasn't quite the same, but whatever had been holding her in that frozen place seemed to have let go, just a little. I walked back to the closet, no chair in front of it this time, no resistance in my chest, just the door and the knob and whatever silence lived behind it. I opened it slowly. Inside, everything looked the same. Coats, shoes, boxes. The bulb above still buzzed softly, casting that same weak yellow light over the shelves. I reached up and touched the ceiling panel again, slid it aside. I didn't go back up. I didn't need to. I had seen enough. Instead, I pulled out the boxes, one by one, and opened them on the hallway floor. They were full of old papers, manuals, receipts, a few photos of the previous tenants that must have been left behind. I flipped through them without much purpose, half looking, half waiting. Most of it was junk. In the last box, there was a small notebook. It was thin and soft-covered, the kind you'd pick up from a gas station. Inside were a few pages of cramped handwriting, mostly grocery lists, a couple of notes about bills. One line near the back caught my eye. Juno scratched again last night. Still won't go near the closet. Tried treats. No change. That was it. Just a single line in a notebook no one had seen in years. I closed it and sat down on the floor with it in my lap. I didn't feel scared, just tired, like I had walked in circles long enough that the edges of the story had finally begun to smooth out. No big reveal. No hidden door behind the coats, just traces, scattered pieces that all pointed to the same thing. She had been here before. She had been afraid. And now somehow she was back. Maybe by accident, maybe not. I put everything back in the boxes. I left the collar on the table, and I closed the closet door gently, like I was saying goodbye to something I didn't fully understand. That night, Luna came into my room on her own, first time since the incident. She didn't curl up on the rug at the foot of the bed. Instead, she rested her head against the side of the mattress. I reached down and let my fingers rest against the soft fur on her neck. She closed her eyes. For a long time I didn't move. I didn't sleep either. Not because I was afraid, but because I felt like I was witnessing something that didn't need to be interrupted. There was a quiet between us now that felt different than the silence from before. Not absence, not fear, just space, something lived in. In the morning, she ate, not much, but enough. Then she walked over to the closet and sat, not frozen, just still. She sniffed the edge of the door, then turned away and walked back to the kitchen like it had never held power over her at all. I knew then that whatever this had been, it was ending. Not because I solved anything, not because I had proof, but because the person who had been left behind, dog or woman or both, had finally been noticed, finally heard. I took the collar outside that afternoon, not far, just to a park a few blocks away. There was a cluster of trees along the back edge of the lot. I found a quiet spot, dug a small hole beneath one of the oldest ones, and placed the collar there, wrapped in the soft towel I had used when Luna first came home from the vet. I didn't say anything. I just covered it gently and sat there with my hands in the dirt. A breeze passed through the branches above me, and I let it move over my face, slow and cool and steady. When I got home, Luna was waiting by the door. She wagged her tail once. It was the first time I'd seen her do that. Now, weeks later, she still won't go near the closet, but she doesn't stare at it anymore. Doesn't sit in front of it like she's waiting for something to appear. She just walks past it. Sleeps in the sun, eats her food, noses my leg when she wants attention. Some days, I still catch myself watching that door. I wonder if there's still something behind it. Not a ghost, not a shadow, just memory, imprint. Whatever it is that lingers when something important happens in a place and no one's left to acknowledge it. But then Luna looks at me with those calm, steady eyes, and I remember that it's over. It ended when I said her name, when I let it matter, when I listened. I inherited the farmhouse unexpectedly, a kind of surprise from a distant relative I barely knew existed. The letter came out of nowhere, a formal note in the mail informing me that an old property in rural Kentucky had been passed down to me. I had never been particularly close to that side of the family, and honestly, I did not even know where the house was until I started looking it up on a map. It was isolated, surrounded by acres of farmland and woods, miles from the nearest town. Part of me was excited to have a place of my own, a chance to escape the noise of city life, but another part of me felt a quiet unease as I drove up the long, winding dirt road toward the house. The farmhouse itself was weathered but sturdy, built sometime in the late 1800s, with peeling white paint and a sagging porch that creaked underfoot. Inside, the air smelled like old wood and forgotten memories, thick with dust and the faint scent of something I could not place. I spent the first day unpacking what little I had brought, exploring the rooms with a mix of curiosity and caution. The spare bedroom was small and dimly lit, with a single closet that immediately caught my attention. The door would not stay shut, no matter how many times I bolted it. It would always slowly swing open again, as if pushed by an unseen hand. That night, as I lay in bed trying to adjust to the unfamiliar sounds of the countryside, I heard a soft humming coming from somewhere in the house. It was a gentle, almost soothing melody, but there was something haunting about the tone. The voice sounded faintly familiar, like a lullaby I might have heard in childhood but could not quite place. I told myself it was just the house settling or maybe the wind moving through the cracks. But the humming continued night after night, always coming from the direction of the spare room closet. One evening, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror hanging in the hallway, a woman standing just behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. I looked back at the mirror and saw her again. Her mouth moved as if she was trying to speak, but no sound came out. She had long dark hair and wore old-fashioned clothes that looked out of place in the modern world. The feeling of her presence was overwhelming, as if she was trying to tell me something important, something I needed to understand. Curious and a little unnerved, I spoke with the neighbor next door, an elderly woman who had lived in the area all her life. She told me stories about the house's past, about a midwife who had lived there in the 1800s and vanished mysteriously. The rumor was that the woman had been buried within the walls of the basement, hidden away for reasons no one could fully explain. The neighbor's eyes darkened as she spoke, warning me to be careful and respectful, as some secrets were meant to stay buried. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I decided to investigate the closet more thoroughly. Behind the boards lining the back, I discovered a hollow gap, an empty space that looked like it had once been used to hide something or someone. But there was no sign of a body or any bones, just a small faded child's nightgown hanging on a rusty nail. It was delicate and old, the kind of garment a child might have worn more than a century ago. I could not explain why the nightgown disturbed me so deeply. It was like a fragment of a story left untold, a piece of the past reaching out to the present. The humming grew louder, and the woman in the mirror appeared more frequently, her eyes pleading and mouth forming words I could not hear. The house was full of shadows, memories, and whispers, and I was starting to wonder if I had inherited more than just an old farmhouse. I was beginning to realize that this place held secrets, secrets that might not want to be uncovered. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and uneasy mornings. The humming never stopped, drifting through the house like a ghostly lullaby that I could neither catch nor understand. It seemed to come from the spare room closet, the same one that refused to stay closed. I found myself avoiding that room, but the pull was too strong. Something about it whispered to me, drawing me in even as it unsettled every part of my being. I spent more time talking to the neighbor, an older woman named Martha, who seemed to know everything about the house's history and more. She told me stories about the midwife who lived there in the late 1800s, a woman named Eliza. Martha said Eliza was well respected in the community, known for helping women through difficult births in a time when doctors were few and far between. But Eliza's story ended abruptly. One day she simply vanished, and no one ever saw her again. Rumors spread that she had been accused of witchcraft, that she was punished by the townspeople, or worse. Some said she hid herself in the house, and others whispered darker tales about what might have happened in the basement walls. Martha warned me that Eliza's spirit was said to linger, restless and trapped, unable to find peace. She spoke of strange noises at night, doors that opened and closed on their own, and the faint smell of lavender, Eliza's favorite scent, Martha said, that would sometimes fill the air. The stories chilled me, but there was a sadness in Martha's voice that made me want to understand more, not less. I decided to spend a night in the spare room, determined to confront whatever haunted that closet. The house creaked and groaned as the wind picked up outside, and every shadow seemed to flicker with movement. I sat in the dark, listening to the soft humming grow louder, filling the room like a presence pressing against the walls. At one point, the closet door slowly creaked open by itself, and I could swear I saw a faint glow coming from inside. My heart hammered in my chest, but I forced myself to stand and peer into the darkness. The hollow space behind the closet boards was more extensive than I had realized, a narrow cavity that stretched deeper than I could see. The child's nightgown still hung there, and beside it, a small bundle wrapped in cloth lay forgotten. I reached in carefully and pulled out a bundle of old letters, yellowed and fragile. The handwriting was delicate and looping, and as I read, I realized they were from Eliza herself, written in a time long before electricity or even telephones. The letters spoke of a secret Eliza carried, something that terrified her. She wrote about a child she had cared for in secret, a child who was sick and could not be saved by the medicine of the day. The letters hinted at a hidden room in the house, a place where Eliza had tried to protect the child from the outside world. She feared discovery, fearing the judgment and fear of her neighbors. Her last letter was a desperate plea for forgiveness and understanding, a cry for the child she loved and lost. The discovery added a new layer to the house's mystery. The child's nightgown suddenly made sense, but questions remained. What had happened to the child? Why was Eliza never found? And why did the humming persist, a ghostly echo of a past that refused to fade? That night, I saw the woman in the mirror again. She stood behind me, more solid than before, her mouth moving silently as if trying to speak. This time I reached out, not in fear but in hope. I whispered a simple question, "What do you want me to know?" Her eyes met mine, filled with sorrow and something else, a fragile hope. Then she vanished, leaving behind the faint scent of lavender and a silence that felt more like peace. I started researching Eliza's life and the history of the house more deeply. I learned that midwives in that era often faced suspicion and hostility, their knowledge seen as unnatural or dangerous. Eliza's disappearance might have been forced by fear and superstition, a tragic result of the times. The basement, the hidden closet, and the child's nightgown were pieces of a painful puzzle, a story of love, loss, and secrets meant to be buried. The house, I realized, was not just haunted by ghosts but by history itself. The past was woven into the walls, carried in the hum of the night and the whispers behind closed doors. And in that hum, in the woman's silent plea, I found a connection to something greater, a call to remember, to understand, and to finally listen. The days following my discovery of Eliza's letters felt different, charged with a new sense of purpose. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was waiting for me to understand something deeper, something that tied its history and hauntings together. I found myself spending more time in that spare room, drawn to the closet that refused to stay shut and the hollow space behind the boards. Each visit felt like stepping closer to a truth long buried beneath layers of dust and silence. I began to piece together bits of Eliza's life from the letters and old records I found in the county archives. She was a woman ahead of her time, skilled and compassionate, but living in an era where fear and suspicion could turn neighbors against each other in an instant. The child she cared for had been born under difficult circumstances, and the letters hinted at illnesses and hardships no one else was willing to face openly. Eliza's desperate attempts to protect that child, to shield them from judgment and harm, were heartbreaking and haunting. One afternoon, while cleaning the basement, I noticed something peculiar. Behind a loose brick near the foundation, there was a small, narrow passageway, just wide enough for someone to crawl through. I pulled aside debris and found it led to a tiny hidden chamber. The walls were rough and unfinished, and the air was damp and musty. Inside there was nothing but faint scratches on the stone and traces of something that might have been a makeshift bed or cradle. The space felt oppressive, as if it had been a prison rather than a sanctuary. The discovery added a heavy weight to the story. This hidden chamber was likely the place Eliza had used to hide the child, a desperate refuge in a world that showed no mercy. I imagined the fear and loneliness she must have felt, the burden of secrecy, and the heartbreak of losing someone she tried so hard to save. The house, with all its creaks and whispers, seemed to carry that sorrow in every corner. That night, the humming returned, softer but more insistent. I sat quietly in the spare room, the closet door slightly ajar, and tried to listen without fear. The woman in the mirror appeared again, her face clearer this time, her eyes filled with sadness, but also a fragile hope. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I understood, that I was here to listen and remember. She mouthed words I couldn't hear, but the feeling was unmistakable. She wanted her story told. I started to research midwifery practices and the social stigma around them in the 19th century. It was a harsh world for women like Eliza, who often operated outside the law and societal norms. Accusations of witchcraft and malice were not uncommon, and many midwives suffered at the hands of frightened communities. Eliza's disappearance could very well have been the result of fear-driven actions, a punishment for daring to help those no one else would. The isolation I felt in the farmhouse mirrored some of what Eliza might have experienced. There were nights when the house felt unbearably lonely, the silence filled only by the soft hum and the creaking of the old wood. I would find myself staring at the closet door, half expecting it to open again, to reveal more secrets, or to hear her voice calling out. It was as if the house was alive with memories that wanted to be acknowledged. I confided in Martha about the hidden chamber and the letters. She listened quietly, her eyes reflecting years of untold stories. She told me more about the town's history, about families who had come and gone, and about the shadows that sometimes lingered too long. She said that the house was a place of grief and love, a place where time did not fully move on. One evening, while sitting in the kitchen, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned to see the woman standing in the hallway, her form translucent but unmistakable. She looked at me with a gentle sadness and then slowly faded away. I wasn't frightened anymore. Instead, I felt a connection, a quiet understanding that we were bound by this place and its history. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent testament to a story of loss and protection. I leave it there, a reminder of Eliza's love and the mysteries that remain. Sometimes I hear the humming at night, a soft lullaby that no longer feels threatening but comforting, as if the woman in the mirror is finally at peace. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls and the stories carried by the wind. The house holds its secrets close, but it also holds its memories with care. And in the quiet moments, I feel the presence of the woman who lived and loved here long ago, a spirit who waited for someone to hear her story. The farmhouse settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and strange. I was no longer just a visitor in its walls, but a part of its ongoing story. The humming at night had softened into a background song, something I heard more with curiosity than fear. It was as if Eliza's presence had shifted, no longer a restless spirit, but a lingering memory seeking peace. Still, the house held its secrets close, and every creak or shadow reminded me of the past that had shaped it. I began spending more time in the town, talking to people who might know more about Eliza and the house's history. The older residents were hesitant at first, reluctant to dredge up stories some preferred to leave buried. But as I shared what I had found, the letters, the hidden chamber, the humming doors began to open. Pieces of the past came together through their memories, faded photographs, and local records. One man, whose family had lived nearby for generations, told me about Eliza's final days. According to his grandmother, Eliza had been shunned after rumors spread about her midwifery practices and the mysterious illness of the child she cared for. Some believed she was cursed. Others said she had taken the child to protect it from a cruel fate. The community's fear turned to anger, and Eliza disappeared without a trace. The story felt like a tragedy rewritten by time, a woman caught in a web of superstition and misunderstanding. The tale added weight to the house's atmosphere. It was not just a place haunted by ghosts, but by history, the kind of sorrow that lingers in silence and shadows. I felt connected to Eliza in a way that went beyond the supernatural. Her story was one of isolation, love, and loss, emotions that transcended time. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, I found an old chest filled with belongings, clothes, letters, and a diary that had somehow escaped being forgotten. The diary was written in Eliza's hand, fragile pages filled with her thoughts and fears. Reading her words brought me closer to understanding her struggles and the heavy burden she carried. She wrote about the child often, her hope and despair interwoven in a way that was heartbreaking. Eliza's entries described nights filled with fear, not just for the child but for herself. She feared discovery and punishment, but also something darker. There were mentions of voices in the house, shadows that moved independently, and a presence she could not explain. It was clear that her world was not only one of human hardship, but of something that brushed the edge of the unknown. The house seemed to respond as I read. The humming would swell briefly, and I sometimes caught a flicker in the corner of my eye. But these moments felt less like hauntings and more like acknowledgments, gentle reminders that Eliza's story was still alive within these walls. The mirror in the hallway remained a focus of strange encounters. The woman I saw there no longer frightened me. Sometimes I would see her watching quietly, other times mouthing words I could not hear. I began to speak to her softly, sharing what I had learned and promising to honor her memory. It was a strange form of communication, but it brought a sense of calm that had eluded me before. I also explored the basement more carefully, taking note of the construction and the hidden spaces. The wall where the child was rumored to have been hidden still stood, but I found no evidence of a burial. The emptiness there was both unsettling and relieving. It suggested that the truth was more complicated than rumors and fears. Maybe Eliza had hidden the child to protect rather than imprison, or perhaps the child had been taken elsewhere. One evening, while sitting near the fireplace, I felt a presence beside me, not threatening, but warm. The scent of lavender filled the air, strong and comforting. I closed my eyes and felt a quiet peace settle over the room. It was as if Eliza was finally at rest, freed from the chains of suspicion and fear that had bound her spirit for so long. Living in the farmhouse taught me to listen to the creaks in the floor, the whispers in the wind, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house was more than wood and nails. It was a vessel for memory and emotion, a place where past and present intertwined. I learned that sometimes the ghosts that haunt us are not specters, but memories demanding to be seen and understood. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent reminder of love and loss, protection and pain. It is a symbol of a story unfinished, but no longer shrouded in fear. The house feels lighter now, not free of its past, but at peace with it. I often think about Eliza and the child, about the hardships they faced, and the courage it took to love in a world that offered so little kindness. Their story is woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse, and I am honored to be its keeper. Sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the house hums softly, I feel her presence nearby, not as a ghost, but as a guardian, watching over the home and the memories it holds. The days had grown quieter, but the house still held an energy that was impossible to ignore. Each morning the sunlight would creep through the cracked windows and fall on the worn wooden floor, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The humming that once filled the nights had softened, no longer an eerie melody but something more like a memory brushing against the walls. It was a sound that felt less like a warning and more like a song of remembrance, a lullaby carried by time itself. I spent hours wandering through the rooms, touching the peeling wallpaper, running my fingers along the rough edges of the wooden banister, and tracing the faded outlines of old photographs left behind in forgotten drawers. Every object seemed to carry a story, a fragment of the past waiting patiently for someone to listen. The house was like a book written in dust and shadows, and I was slowly learning to read its language. The child's nightgown remained in the closet, a small piece of fragile fabric hanging quietly as if guarding the secrets it had witnessed. I never touched it, afraid that disturbing it might awaken the echoes it held. Instead, I left it as a symbol of Eliza's love and loss, a reminder of the child she had tried to protect in a world that offered little mercy. The woman in the mirror became a familiar presence, no longer startling or frightening. She watched with eyes full of sorrow and hope, and sometimes I imagined her mouthing words I could almost understand. I spoke to her softly, sharing the things I had learned and the emotions I carried. It was a strange companionship, a conversation that transcended time and space. I felt like I was part of something much larger than myself, a link in a chain stretching back generations. I began to dig deeper into Eliza's history, reaching out to local historians and poring over old newspapers and records. I discovered more about the hardships she faced, how midwives were often mistrusted, how a single accusation could ruin a life, and how isolation was both a punishment and a refuge. Eliza's courage in the face of such adversity resonated with me, and I found myself admiring her strength and compassion. Sometimes, when the wind howled through the trees, and the house seemed to breathe with its own life, I felt Eliza's presence more strongly. The scent of lavender would fill the air, and the humming would rise and fall like a heartbeat. It was a reminder that her story was still alive, woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse. The hidden chamber in the basement weighed on my mind. I could not forget the narrow space, the rough stone walls, and the faint marks left by hands desperate for freedom or comfort. It was a place of both hope and despair, a testament to the love and fear that had shaped Eliza's life. I wondered what became of the child, and whether their spirit still lingered alongside Eliza's. Neighbors began to share their own stories, tales passed down through families about the farmhouse and its former inhabitants. Some spoke of strange lights seen flickering in the windows on stormy nights, others of soft singing carried on the wind. The house had become a part of the community's collective memory, a symbol of endurance and mystery. Despite the weight of the past, life in the farmhouse slowly took on a rhythm of its own. I planted flowers in the garden, tended to the old wood stove, and repaired broken windows. Each act of care felt like a bridge between past and present, a way to honor the lives that had come before while creating a space for new memories. The humming never completely disappeared, but it no longer felt like a presence to fear. Instead, it became a reminder of resilience, a song that had survived through hardship and silence. The woman in the mirror, the child's nightgown, and the hidden chamber were not just remnants of sorrow, but symbols of love and the enduring power of memory. One evening, as I sat by the fire, the house seemed to sigh with contentment. The shadows softened and the air grew warm with the scent of lavender. I felt a gentle touch, a presence beside me that was both comforting and profound. It was as if Eliza was finally at peace, her story told and her spirit embraced. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls, the songs carried on the breeze, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house is more than a structure. It is a living testament to the lives and loves that have shaped it. Through sorrow and silence, fear and hope, its heart beats steady and strong. The child's nightgown remains, a delicate thread connecting past and present, a reminder that even in the darkest places, love endures. The woman in the mirror watches with quiet grace, no longer a ghost, but a guardian of memory and peace. And when the wind carries the softest hum through the trees, I know that Eliza is near, singing her lullaby, a song of healing, of remembrance, and of the enduring power of a story finally told. The farmhouse settled into a quiet stillness that felt both comforting and profound. I had come to understand that this old house was more than just wood and stone. It was a vessel for stories, memories, and the echoes of lives long gone but never forgotten. The presence I had once feared had transformed into something gentle, a silent companion that watched over the rooms and halls with quiet grace. Eliza's spirit, if it could be called that, no longer haunted me, but seemed to rest in peace, finally released from the shadows that had bound her for so long. In the last weeks, I spent much time reflecting on the journey I had taken since inheriting the house. What started as curiosity and a touch of unease had become a deep connection to the past, to a woman who lived and loved in a world very different from my own. Eliza's story was one of courage and tragedy, a reminder of how fear and misunderstanding could shape destinies and leave scars that last for generations. Through her letters, the hidden chamber, and the soft humming that filled the nights, I had come to know her, not as a ghost but as a person, a mother, a healer, and a soul seeking peace. I decided to hold a small gathering at the farmhouse, inviting neighbors and local historians who had shared their stories and helped me piece together Eliza's life. It was a chance to honor her memory, to bring light to the darkness that had shrouded the house, and to celebrate the resilience of those who came before us. The evening was filled with quiet conversations, shared memories, and moments of reflection. We lit candles and placed them near the closet where the child's nightgown hung, a symbol of love and loss, protection and remembrance. As the fire flickered and the night deepened, I felt the presence of Eliza more strongly than ever. The scent of lavender drifted softly through the air, mingling with the warm glow of candlelight. For a moment, I thought I saw her standing quietly in the corner, her eyes filled with gratitude and peace. It was a fleeting vision, but it left a lasting impression, a gentle reassurance that her story was now part of ours, woven into the fabric of the community and the house itself. In the days that followed, I continued to restore the farmhouse with care and respect. Each repair, each brushstroke, felt like a tribute to the past and a step toward a hopeful future. The humming remained, but it was no longer a haunting melody. It was a lullaby that carried healing and connection. The woman in the mirror appeared less frequently, and when she did, it was with a calm and quiet presence that felt like a blessing. I often thought about the child whose nightgown still hung in the closet. Though their fate remained a mystery, I believed they were part of the story's heart, a symbol of innocence caught in the tides of history. The hidden chamber in the basement, with its rough stone walls and faint scratches, was a testament to the love and fear that had shaped this home. It was a place where secrets had been kept safe and where the past and present met in silence. Living in the farmhouse had changed me in ways I could not fully explain. It taught me to listen to the whispers in the walls, the stories carried on the wind, and the quiet songs of those who came before. The house was a reminder that memory is a powerful force, that love endures beyond time, and that even in darkness, there is light waiting to be found. As seasons changed, the farmhouse stood steadfast, its heart beating softly in the rhythm of life and memory. The community around it grew closer, bound by the stories shared and the healing begun. The house was no longer just a place of shadows, but a home filled with hope, compassion, and the enduring power of understanding. On quiet nights, when the world outside sleeps and the moon casts silver light through the windows, I sometimes hear the softest humming, a lullaby that carries both sorrow and peace. It is a song that reminds me of Eliza, of the child she loved, and of the stories that live on in the spaces between light and shadow. And so the farmhouse remains a guardian of memories, a witness to history, and a place where the past and present come together in a delicate dance of healing and remembrance. The woman in the closet has found her voice, no longer silent but singing softly, her story finally told and her spirit free. I never really bought into the whole lizard people thing. You know, the idea that some shape-shifting reptilian beings are walking among us in human skin, running the world behind the scenes. I always figured that was internet nonsense, the kind of thing you say half-jokingly at a bar after too many drinks. But then something happened. Something I still can't explain, no matter how many times I replay it in my head. It was a few months back, late spring, early summer. I had taken a solo trip out to Sedona. I needed to clear my head, get away from everything. I had just gone through a rough breakup. Work was stressing me out, and I figured a few days of hiking and unplugging from the noise might do me some good. Sedona's one of those places that feels different when you're there. The colors of the rocks, the silence between the trees, the way the air feels thicker somehow, almost like it's carrying a charge. People say there's energy in those canyons. At the time, I didn't believe that either. Now I'm not so sure. I had parked at a small trailhead about 15 minutes outside town. It wasn't one of the popular spots. I'd found it in a forum for off-the-map hikes and figured it would be quiet. I packed water, a granola bar, my old boots, and set off around 10 in the morning. The trail was dry and narrow, cutting through low brush and the occasional red rock outcropping. There was hardly any wind, the kind of stillness that makes every little sound stand out. About an hour in, I hit a spot where the trail curved around a small hill. On the other side was a cluster of cacti, taller than me, spread out like nature's attempt at a privacy fence. That's when I saw him. A man, just standing there, in a full business suit. It was so out of place I actually laughed at first. Like, what was this guy doing out here dressed like that? He was stiff, almost like a mannequin. No backpack, no hat. Just standing perfectly still behind one of the cacti, like he was trying to hide but not really trying. You know when someone's pretending not to be seen, but they're doing it in such an obvious way that it just makes them more noticeable? I slowed down immediately. Something about it didn't sit right. I told myself he was just lost, or maybe part of some weird photo shoot. But the longer I looked, the stranger it got. He wasn't fidgeting, wasn't checking his phone, wasn't even looking around, just standing, hands at his sides, like he had been frozen in place. I stopped and knelt down to tie my boot, not because I needed to, but because I suddenly didn't want to get any closer. I kept my head down but watched him from the corner of my eye. That's when it happened. He turned slightly. Not his body, just his head. And in that moment, I swear to you, I saw his eyes change. 1 second, normal. The next, the pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Not like a cat, like a lizard. Thin, sharp, deliberate. It wasn't a trick of the light. I've seen what that looks like. This was different. His whole expression changed, like the muscles in his face weren't used to moving that way. I felt this wave of panic hit me, not fear exactly. More like every instinct I had was suddenly screaming to stay still, to not make a sound, like I was prey and it had noticed me. He stared at me for a long few seconds. And then, like nothing had happened, he turned and walked away. Calm, casual, no rush. He walked like a guy who had just stepped out of a boardroom, not someone who had just revealed something impossible to a stranger in the desert. As he got farther away, he looked totally normal again. Just a guy in a suit walking into the canyon like it was the most natural thing in the world. But I couldn't shake what I had seen. The way his eyes changed. The way he had just stood there, like he was waiting for something, or watching for someone. I waited until he was completely out of sight. Then I stood up and started walking the other way, not running. I didn't want to attract attention. I just walked, fast and steady, back the way I came. I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't stop until I reached my car. When I got to the trailhead, my car was the only one in the lot. That made it worse somehow. I sat there for a long time with the engine running, trying to convince myself that I'd just seen a guy with weird contacts, maybe a prank, maybe my mind playing tricks on me in the heat. But it wasn't hot. And it wasn't a trick. I know what I saw. I drove back to town and didn't say a word to anyone. I checked out of my motel the next morning and left early. I haven't been back since. I didn't tell anyone for weeks, not friends, not family. Every time I thought about bringing it up, I imagined the look I'd get. Like I'd just confessed to believing in Bigfoot, or said the moon was fake. But it's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a splinter you can't get out. I started reading more after that, quietly, online. I didn't search for lizard people because that brings up the usual junk, but I looked into sightings, descriptions of strange individuals, reports of people whose faces glitch just for a second. Most of it sounds like nonsense. But every now and then someone describes the eyes. Always the eyes. Vertical slits, a flash of green, no emotion, just stillness. I don't know what I saw out there. I'm not saying it was a shapeshifter or some reptilian overlord, but I know what I felt, and it wasn't human. And ever since that day, I've had this sense like something saw me too, like I was just one of 100 hikers walking through the red dust. But in that moment, something looked back and remembered me. After that day in Sedona, things didn't go back to normal. I tried to pretend they did. I tried to convince myself it was a weird one-off thing. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe it was just a guy with strange eyes and a bad sense of social cues. I even tried laughing about it later, like it was some bizarre desert hallucination. But deep down, I knew what I saw. And I knew that it had seen me. I live alone, a small place, nothing special, just a 2-bedroom rental on the outskirts of a quiet town. The kind of spot where you hear the garbage truck coming long before it gets to your street, and you wave to the same 3 neighbors every morning whether you mean to or not. It's peaceful. Or at least it used to be. A few nights after I got back, I was sitting out on my back porch with a beer in my hand, staring at the trees that separate my yard from the old walking trail beyond. I like being outside when it's quiet. The stars were clear that night, no wind, just that deep, hollow stillness that makes you feel like the whole world is holding its breath. That's when I noticed it. Movement just beyond the tree line. At first I thought it was a deer. Happens all the time around here. They'll sneak out and rustle the bushes, maybe step onto someone's lawn for a snack. But this was different. The movement stopped too quickly, like it froze the second I noticed it. I squinted into the dark, trying to make out the shape. And then I saw it. A silhouette. Tall, standing still, too still, just like before. I couldn't make out the details, but I swear whoever it was, they were facing me. Not walking, not crouched, just standing, half hidden behind the trees, watching. I stared back for maybe 10 seconds. Didn't move, didn't blink. My stomach tightened, that cold feeling crawling up the back of my neck. You know how you just know when someone's looking at you? It was like that, but worse, heavier. I stood up slowly, not wanting to draw attention, and went inside. Locked the door, turned off the lights, didn't even finish the beer. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Probably just someone cutting through the trail, maybe lost. But I couldn't shake that feeling, that same feeling I'd had in Sedona, like I wasn't looking at a person. I was looking at something that wanted to be seen. The next morning, I walked down to the trail just to check. It had rained lightly the night before, enough to leave patches of soft mud. I figured if someone had been out there, maybe there would be footprints. There were. Sort of. I found a few impressions near the tree line, not full prints, not deep, just enough to suggest someone had been there. But the shape was wrong. The spacing was strange, too long between steps. Like whoever had been walking didn't move the way we do. I tried to brush it off again. Could have been an animal. Could have been my imagination making too much of some uneven ground. But I stopped going out on the porch at night after that. A couple days later, I was walking through the grocery store, just doing a normal run. Milk, eggs, bread, coffee, nothing fancy. I wasn't even thinking about Sedona at that point. I had almost convinced myself that I was overreacting, that nothing had followed me, that I was safe. Then I turned down the cereal aisle. He was standing at the other end. Same height, same build, dressed casual this time, jeans and a button-up, blending in. But it was him. I don't know how I knew. I just did. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't holding anything. Just standing there, looking at the shelves like he didn't know what anything was. Then he looked at me. And I saw them again. Those eyes. Only for a second, a flicker, but they changed. From round and human to vertical and inhuman. just like in the desert. I dropped the basket, didn't even think about it, just turned around and walked out. I don't know if anyone saw. I don't know if he followed. I got in my car and drove straight home. After that, the dreams started. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like scenes, always the same. I'm back in Sedona, standing on that trail, and he's there behind the cactus. But I can't move. I'm frozen, like my limbs are made of stone. He walks toward me slowly, calmly, and when he reaches me, he doesn't speak. He just leans in and stares. Eyes bright, slitted, unblinking. I always wake up before anything else happens. One night I woke up to find the back door unlocked. I'm obsessive about locking up, always have been, but that night I swear I remembered doing it before bed. Still, I chalked it up to a mistake. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe it wasn't what I was starting to fear. But the next night, it happened again. Not just unlocked. Wide open. And this time, there were marks on the floor. Thin, curved scratches on the hardwood like something heavy had slid just inside and stopped. I didn't call the cops. What was I going to tell them? That a lizard man walked through my yard and came inside to stare at me while I slept. I cleaned up the scratches, locked the door, and sat up all night with a flashlight in my hand. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a time since. I don't know what he wants. I don't know if he's following me or if there's more than one of them. All I know is that he saw me in Sedona, and now, somehow, he's here. Watching, waiting, and I don't think he's alone. I started to notice them more often after that. Not just the one from Sedona, others, people who looked normal until you looked too close. Something about the way they moved, the way they stood still for just a little too long, the way their heads turned before their bodies, the way their eyes didn't quite match the light around them. You know when someone seems familiar but wrong, like a wax figure or a mannequin that's just lifelike enough to be uncomfortable? That's what it felt like. The first time I saw another one, it was at a gas station about 30 minutes from my house. I had driven out late at night because I couldn't sleep, figured I'd grab a coffee and try to clear my head. I walked inside and immediately noticed a man standing by the coolers, just standing, not looking at anything, not holding a drink. His hands were in his pockets, shoulders too straight. He wasn't moving. I didn't get close, just watched from the corner of my eye while pretending to pick out a snack. He turned toward me slowly, almost like he knew I was looking. Our eyes met for maybe 2 seconds. That's when I saw it again. That flicker, that shimmer. His pupils narrowing into slits, not like a trick of the light, but like something his body couldn't quite hide in time. I dropped the coffee and walked out. Didn't look back. Drove straight home and checked the locks 3 times before I sat down. This wasn't just about that one guy anymore. There were more of them. And they weren't hiding anymore. They were showing up in places they shouldn't be. A woman at the post office who blinked too slowly. A man outside the hardware store who stood without moving for 10 full minutes. A kid sitting alone at a bus stop, smiling without blinking as cars passed. Always watching. And always gone by the time I tried to get a second look. I started keeping track. Not just what I saw, but when and where. I had a notebook full of entries. Time, location, behavior. Every sighting seemed random, but I knew better. I could feel a pattern behind it, even if I couldn't see it yet. They weren't just wandering, they were monitoring. I stopped going out unless I had to. Grocery runs became once a week, early mornings when the stores were quiet. I changed up my routes, left my phone at home half the time. I didn't want to be traced, even though I had no real proof they were tracking me. But it didn't matter. They still found me. One night, I woke up to a sound outside, not loud, just wrong, like something scraping softly across the ground. I looked out my bedroom window and saw a shadow standing at the edge of my yard, not moving, just watching the house. I couldn't make out details, but I knew it wasn't an animal. I stayed completely still. It didn't move. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Not walked away. Gone. Like it had never been there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Just sat in bed with the lights off, holding a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds paranoid. But when you've seen what I've seen, when you know there's something out there wearing human skin and walking around like it belongs here, you stop caring what sounds crazy. I tried to tell someone once, my friend Jordan. We go back years, and he's always been open-minded. I figured if anyone might believe me, it would be him. We met for coffee, and I laid it all out. The guy in the suit, the slitted eyes, the sightings, the notebook, everything. He didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. He just looked at me for a long time and said, "You need to be careful." I asked him what he meant, and he just shook his head. Then he leaned in and said, "They're not all the same." That froze me. I asked him how he knew about any of this. He didn't answer. Just looked down at his coffee like he'd said too much. I tried pressing him, but he changed the subject. A few minutes later, he stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Just trust your instincts." I haven't seen him since. Called him a few times, no answer. Went by his apartment, empty, cleaned out, like he had never lived there. That was 2 weeks ago. Now I'm alone again. Except I'm not really. They're still out there. I still see them. Every few days someone new, a face in a crowd that holds eye contact just a little too long, a jogger who runs without sweating, a kid in the park staring up at the sky like he's waiting for something to arrive. I don't think they're hunting me exactly. I think they're waiting, watching to see what I'll do. If I'll tell more people, if I'll try to expose them, if I'll run, or if I'll forget. But I won't. I wrote everything down, and I keep writing, because the more I see them, the more I realize something else. They don't want to be found. But they're not hiding either, and that scares me more than anything. I started to wonder if they were letting me see them. That thought settled in one night while I was sitting in my living room, lights off, just staring at the front window. I had been there for almost an hour, watching the empty street, waiting for something to move, and nothing did. But the stillness felt too clean, too staged. Like the absence of movement had been placed there on purpose, like someone wanted me to notice the silence. I didn't used to think this way. I wasn't some paranoid guy chasing shadows. But when you see something you shouldn't, and then it starts showing up in the corner of your vision again and again, it changes you. You start seeing patterns in everything. You start thinking maybe the quiet isn't natural, Maybe it's the gap between two things you're not supposed to notice. I hadn't slept a full night in over a week. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. The first one, the man behind the cactus, his eyes changing, that perfect stillness. The way he turned and walked away like he was resetting a pose, that image burned itself into my brain. I kept thinking about what Jordan had said. They're not all the same. I didn't know what that meant, but it stayed with me. Were there different types? Were some more human than others? Were some of them not pretending anymore? One afternoon, I tried to get answers. I started digging online again, deeper than before. Not just forums and late-night videos, but old government documents, local news clippings, anything that might feel connected. Most of it was garbage. Crazy theories, but every once in a while I'd find something that clicked. A 1970s police report from a desert town in Arizona about a man found wandering naked with scaly skin and no fingerprints. He vanished from the hospital within hours. A blurry security photo from a Nevada airport showing a person with eyes too large for their face and a shadow that didn't match the light source. A classified file that was supposedly leaked from an air base. The document had been redacted into near uselessness, but one line stood out. Subject appears fully integrated. Displays advanced mimicry and sustained behavioral masking. That last line chilled me. Sustained behavioral masking. That's what they're doing. They're blending in. Not just standing still behind cacti or lurking outside houses. They're walking among us, in line at grocery stores, sitting on buses, standing behind counters, watching, listening, gathering something. I started to notice them doing things that felt almost like practice. There was a woman at the local hardware store who walked down one aisle, paused halfway, turned around without picking anything up, then walked back the same way. She did that 4 times in a row. Like she was testing something, then she looked at me and smiled too wide. Another time I saw a man at a diner stir his coffee clockwise for 10 straight minutes without drinking it. He was staring at the window, unblinking. Then he stood up and left, didn't pay, didn't speak to the waitress, just walked out. They are learning, I thought, studying us. And then a darker thought came in. Or maybe they're not learning. Maybe they already know everything, and what we're seeing is something else. Something breaking down. I went back to the notebook and started reviewing the entries. Times, locations, descriptions. I circled every sighting where the behavior seemed off, like they were glitching. I noticed that they were happening more frequently. Not just once a week, now it was every other day. And they were getting closer. One evening, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw someone standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac. Just standing. They weren't facing me, just looking at one of the streetlights. I watched from the car for a full minute. They didn't move. I got out and walked slowly to my front door, never taking my eyes off them. They didn't turn around. I went inside and locked everything. 15 minutes later, I looked outside again. They were gone. That's when I started hearing the noise. It's hard to describe. Not a sound exactly. More like a pressure behind the ears. Like when you're on a plane and your ears won't pop. It would come in short pulses, mostly at night, usually when everything else was quiet. And every time it started, I'd feel the air in the room change. Heavier, tighter. It would last a few minutes, then fade. The first few times I thought it was in my head. But then I caught Max reacting too. He'd perk up, look toward the window, and whine. Always at the same time. Always when that pressure hit. I started marking the times in the notebook. It wasn't random. The intervals were consistent, almost like a signal. I started thinking about Sedona again, about the silence in the canyon, the way the man stood so still. The moment his pupils shifted, I realized that silence felt just like this pressure, like it wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of something else. I dug out the maps from that trip. I traced the trail I had taken. I remembered the spot with the cactus, the bend in the trail. I found it on the map, marked it. Then I noticed something else. There were other reports, scattered across different forums, from people describing similar sightings. But when I pinned the locations down, a pattern started to emerge. A rough circle, all centered around that same part of Sedona, almost like a radius, a zone. I measured the distance from that central point to my house, roughly 190 miles. The last time I measured, I was well outside that. Now I was inside it. They were expanding. The sightings, the signals, the presence. I think whatever is happening started there. Maybe it came from underground. Maybe it came from somewhere else. But it's growing now. And more people are seeing them. Or maybe more people are being seen. I don't know which is worse. I stopped pretending I was okay after that. Up until then, I had been trying to live like everything was normal. I still went out for groceries. I still answered texts from friends, though less often. I tried to work, tried to read, tried to sleep. But the more I noticed them, the more I saw behind the curtain, the harder it became to act like I hadn't seen anything at all. Once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them. It wasn't just the man in the canyon anymore. It wasn't even just the one outside my house or the woman in the store. It was everywhere. Small things. People walking in perfect sync. Blinking out of rhythm. Smiling too long after the conversation was over. People who seemed human right up until the moment they didn't. I started staying home most of the time. Max wouldn't leave my side. He followed me from room to room, laid by the door at night, and growled at the windows more than once. He never used to do that. I covered the windows with blackout curtains. I unplugged my smart devices, tossed my webcam into a drawer, and shut off my phone for hours at a time. I kept thinking about that low-pressure hum I had been feeling, like a frequency only a part of me could detect, a pulse in the air, not quite sound, not quite thought. I needed answers, real ones. So I went back to the only person who had ever said anything that sounded like he understood. Jordan. I had not seen him in weeks. After that strange coffee shop conversation, he had vanished. I had driven by his place more than once. Empty. I left a note on the door once, just in case. No response. But that day, I got lucky. I was driving down a back road near the edge of town when I spotted him. He was walking alone along the shoulder, hands in his pockets, head down. I pulled over and called his name. He flinched like he didn't recognize it at first, then walked over to the car and got in without a word. I didn't ask where he had been. I didn't have to. He looked different. Not sick, not exactly. just tired, like he hadn't had real rest in a long time. We sat in silence for a while, then he said it. "They know you saw them." I asked him how he knew. He said, "Because you're still here." I waited. He finally looked at me. "If you were a threat, you wouldn't be. Still here, I mean." That chilled me more than anything else he had said. I asked him what they were, not in theory, not in vague metaphors. I asked him directly, "What are they?" He didn't answer at first. Then he said, "They've always been here, but something's changed." I pressed him, "What changed?" He said, "They used to hide, now they don't." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Do you know why they're always so still?" I shook my head. He said, "Because movement is a human trait. We shift, we fidget, we adjust. They copy everything else, but they forget the small stuff." I asked how he knew all this. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small notebook, like mine, worn, thick with notes and loose pages. He handed it to me. Inside were dozens of entries, descriptions, dates, places, drawings. Eyes. So many sketches of those vertical pupils. One page near the middle caught my attention. It was a hand-drawn map. A circle, just like the one I had drawn on mine. A central point near Sedona, radiating out. Different zones, different levels of activity. And a note scrawled across the bottom. Integration increasing, estimated threshold approaching. I asked what that meant. He said, "They're not just showing up more, they're syncing with something." Something was coming, or being prepared for. He didn't say what. He looked out the window, eyes unfocused. "I don't think they're waiting anymore," he said. "They're replacing." That word sat heavy in the air. I asked him if he thought I had been replaced. He looked at me for a long time, then said, "Not yet." That was not comforting. I drove him back to where I had found him. He said he couldn't stay in one place for too long. He said they track routines. Predictable behavior makes you easier to swap. Before he got out, he said one last thing. "If they ever look like someone you know, don't talk to them, don't follow them, don't ask questions, just leave." Then he was gone. I sat in the car for a long time, notebook in my lap, stomach tight. If he was right, and I think he was, then I had already let too much slip. I had watched, I had tracked, I had remembered. I think they knew I was watching. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. Slow, measured, one step at a time. I sat up in bed and didn't move. Max was already awake, ears back, a low growl in his throat. I reached for the flashlight beside the bed, clicked it on, and waited. The steps stopped. Silence. I waited for 10 full minutes before moving. When I finally looked outside, the yard was empty. No prints, no shadows, nothing. But the gate was open, and I had locked it. The next day I packed a bag, essentials only. I put both notebooks in a plastic sleeve and tucked them at the bottom. I left a note on the kitchen table, just in case. Not that anyone would come looking, but it felt right. I drove north, away from the radius. away from the zone. I didn't know where I was going yet, only that I had to keep moving, because something was coming, and if I stayed in one place, I might not be the one who stayed. I kept driving. No destination, no map, just a direction, north. That first night I slept in the truck, parked off a side road behind a row of trees where no one would see the glow of my dash. Max stayed curled on the seat beside me, head up, alert even while he dozed. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the dark made my breath catch, but nothing came. No footsteps, no watchers. The notebook sat on the passenger side floor. I didn't touch it, didn't need to. Everything I needed from it was already burned into my brain. In the morning I drove again. Small towns, gas stations that looked like they hadn't changed since the 1970s, diners with handwritten menus and coffee that tasted like cardboard. I kept my head down. Didn't stay anywhere longer than a few hours. If someone stared too long, if someone blinked too slow, I was gone. At first I thought maybe I'd find more people like Jordan, people who had seen what I'd seen, maybe even people who had answers. I kept an eye out for signs, symbols scrawled on light poles, QR codes that didn't scan, people in booths talking in hushed tones about eyes that didn't blink right. But nothing ever came. Just me, Max, and the road. And somewhere in the silence, the fear started to shift. It didn't go away. It just changed shape. I wasn't scared of being found anymore. I was scared that I might be the only one left who remembered. Because that's the thing I figured out too late. They don't need to erase you. They just need to copy you well enough that no one notices you're gone. I stopped one night at a rest area in the mountains, snow on the ground, air so clean it hurt to breathe. I took Max for a walk in the trees. The trail wound behind the building and disappeared into a patch of pine. No one else was around. Then I saw something up ahead. Another figure. Standing still. No movement. Just a man in a dark jacket, hands by his sides, staring off into the trees. I froze. Max did too. No growl this time. Just a low whine. Tail down. I was about to turn around when the man spoke. "You can stop running." His voice was calm, too calm, like it had been practiced, like he'd been rehearsing those exact words for a long time. I didn't move. He turned around slowly. His face looked human, familiar even. That was the worst part. There was something almost like me in the shape of his jaw, the curve of his eyebrows. But his eyes were wrong. Too still. I reached for the flashlight in my pocket, clicked it on, and shined it in his face. His pupils didn't shrink. He flinched not from the light, but from the noise of the switch. That's when I knew. He wasn't here to hurt me, not like that. He was here to copy me. I didn't say anything, just backed away slowly, hands still on the light. He didn't follow, didn't move at all. I walked back to the truck, heart hammering. Max didn't take his eyes off the trees until we pulled away. I drove until the sun came up. That was the last time I saw one of them. I don't know why. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe it was the final check before they decided I wasn't worth the trouble. But after that, the sightings stopped. The dreams faded. The pressure in the air disappeared. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe. I found a town further upstate, not too small, not too quiet. A place with enough strangers that no one asks why you're there, but not enough to feel watched. I rented a room in a little house just outside of town, fixed it up, cleaned the gutters, put my name on the mailbox. I started writing again, not just notes, full pages, everything I remembered, everything I saw, not to post it, not to expose it, just to keep it alive. Because if I forget, then they win. And if they ever come back, I'll know. I'll see it in their eyes. It's been 4 months now. Max sleeps better. I do too. I've started going for walks again, even at night. The woods don't scare me anymore. Not because I think it's over. I don't. But because I'm not afraid of the dark now. I know what's out there. And I know they want us quiet. Afraid. Alone. But I'm not any of those things. Not anymore. The other day, I saw a flyer in the window of the diner. Someone was putting together a community group, a place for people to talk about strange experiences, things they couldn't explain. Lights in the sky, voices in the woods. I stood there looking at it for a long time. Then I took it down. Because I don't think this is something to talk about in a circle over coffee. It's something to remember in silence, to carry with you, so that when the moment comes again, and it will, you'll recognize the stillness, the eyes, the way they don't quite move right. You'll know, and you'll walk away, just like I did. That's the ending. Not a battle, not a discovery, just this, memory and survival. I almost didn't post this. I kept telling myself it wasn't that weird, like maybe I misread the whole thing or made too much out of nothing. But the more I think about it, the more it's been sticking with me in this low, awful way, like something's still off. And I don't know if writing it out will help or just make me more paranoid, but whatever. I've barely been sleeping since it happened, so maybe this is better than nothing. It started with something stupid. I ordered takeout, nothing fancy. It was around 9 at night, which I guess is kind of late for a weeknight, but I hadn't eaten since lunch and my fridge was basically condiments and one sad apple. I ordered from this Korean place a few blocks over. I've gotten food from there at least a dozen times. They use one of those apps, not gonna name it, but it's one of the big ones. It's usually pretty quick. Anyway, food shows up about 30 minutes later. I get a ping, check my phone, and it says the driver is arriving. I live in this pre-war walk-up in Manhattan, near the East Village. Second floor, buzzer, barely works. Usually I just go down and meet the person because it's easier than trying to yell through the intercom. So I grab my keys, throw on some sneakers without socks, and head downstairs. He was already there when I opened the door, like right at the bottom step. I don't know how he got in. Maybe someone else buzzed him in, or the door didn't latch all the way, which happens sometimes when the guy upstairs doesn't close it properly. Either way, I wasn't thinking about that yet. He had the right bag, the insulated kind with the company name on the side. He was wearing the jacket too dark blue with that logo, same as always. Looked totally normal. He held out the bag and smiled like he was waiting for me to say something first. So I did the usual awkward, thanks, have a good one, and reached out for the bag. and he didn't move. Not right away. He just stood there holding it. Not like in a creepy way exactly, but like he was thinking about something. I thought maybe he was waiting for a tip or confirmation or whatever, so I kind of motioned like I was going to take the bag and said, "Is it under my name?" Because sometimes there's a mix-up. He didn't say anything, just nodded and handed it over. The second I touched the bag, he smiled again real quick and turned around, walked out without saying a word. I remember thinking he moved weird, like his arms didn't swing right, stiff, like he was carrying something under his jacket maybe. But again, it didn't register as anything serious. I just closed the door, went back upstairs, and ate in front of the TV like usual. It wasn't until I was throwing out the bag that I noticed something a little off. The sticker on the container didn't have my name on it. It said some generic phrase like, "Thank you for ordering," and nothing else. No receipt, no order details. Usually there's something, even if it's just scribbled on the bag, but there wasn't anything. I chalked it up to a restaurant change. Maybe they stopped printing receipts or whatever. I even checked the app, and it said the order was delivered. Same window of time, same restaurant. The guy's profile photo looked kind of generic, but so do most of them. It had a 5-star rating, and the name was something common. I don't want to say it here in case it was real. The weird part didn't hit me until later that night. I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth, and remembered the camera I have set up in the hallway. It's not a fancy system, just one of those motion-triggered things that uploads to the cloud. I originally got it because someone kept stealing packages, and I wanted proof in case it happened again. But I mostly forget it's there now. Anyway, I pulled up the footage just to see if it caught the guy coming in. I was curious more than anything. Like I said, I wasn't sure how he got into the building. I expected maybe a blurry clip of him tailing someone in or something. It caught him coming up the steps, alone. He didn't ring the buzzer. He just walked straight up and stood outside my door. There was no hesitation, like he knew exactly which apartment was mine. That freaked me out a little. But what freaked me out more was the jacket. At first it looked normal, same dark blue, same patch. But when he moved, the patch sort of bent wrong, like it wasn't sewn in. I paused the video, squinted at the screen, and it was so obvious once I noticed. The logo was just printed on a sheet of paper and taped to the jacket. You could see the edges curling up. The corners weren't even cut clean. I felt something weird in my chest then, like a drop. That sick little shift when you realize something isn't just off, it's wrong. I went back and watched it again. His car was parked across the street, just barely in frame. I hadn't noticed it before. There were no plates on it. Not covered, not dirty, just gone. No front plate at all. The back end was blocked by a garbage bin, so I couldn't see if it was missing there too, but it looked like it. I didn't know what to do. I sat there in bed holding my phone and just watched the clip over and over, like I was waiting for it to make more sense. I even tried showing it to a friend over text, but it was too blurry. You couldn't make out the patch unless you knew what to look for. The food hadn't made me sick or anything. It tasted fine, but I dumped the rest of it anyway. The thought of finishing it just made my stomach turn. That night I locked every door and window. I double-checked the front door and wedged a chair under the knob. I even pushed my dresser in front of the bedroom door. I told myself it was stupid, that the guy was probably just weird, or maybe trying to scam the app or something. But still, something was wrong. Something about the way he moved, the way he waited, like he was checking to see if something worked, like he was planning to come back. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept waking up at these weird intervals, not fully sure why. It wasn't like I heard anything or had a nightmare. I would just jolt awake with my heart already going, like I had been scared in a dream I couldn't remember. Each time I sat there in bed listening, not even for a sound really, just listening. It's hard to explain. You know, that kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for something? That was the feeling. By morning, I had convinced myself I overreacted. The guy was probably just new or using someone else's account, or had a fake jacket so he could get into buildings easier. None of that is good, obviously, but it's not unheard of. People do shady things to get delivery gigs all the time. I mean, New York is full of that kind of workaround hustle. Maybe he was just trying to get by. Maybe he was weird and awkward and made me uncomfortable, but that didn't mean he was dangerous. I kept telling myself that while I made coffee, I do this thing sometimes where I make lists of all the ways something could be not scary. Like, maybe he bought the jacket off eBay. Maybe he printed a logo so people would trust him. Maybe the plates were off because the car wasn't his and he was just borrowing it. I must have come up with at least 20 different excuses before I even finished my cup. I remember I still had the spoon I used to stir the sugar sitting in the sink. I stared at it for like a full minute. I don't know why. I wasn't even thinking about it, really. My brain was just fogged up and slow. It wasn't until I went to take out the trash that I noticed the back door. I live in a unit that has both a front door that faces the hallway and a back one that leads to the fire escape. The back one almost never gets used. It's got one of those metal accordion gates on the outside, and I keep it locked with a deadbolt. But when I passed it to get to the kitchen, something looked weird. The bolt was turned the wrong way. I stood there staring at it, thinking maybe I'd forgotten to lock it the night before. But I remembered checking every single door. That was the whole thing. I checked them all. I pushed furniture in front of them. I made a point of it. I even remember hearing the click when I turned the lock on that one because the metal part sticks a little, and I had to pull the door inward while turning the key. I stepped closer and looked at the frame. Right where the latch slots in, there were these tiny gouges in the wood, 4 of them, like someone had tried to slide something inside to pop the lock. A thin knife, maybe, or a flathead screwdriver. The paint was scraped clean in those little spots, and I could see bare wood underneath. I just stood there for a while, holding my breath without realizing it. I didn't want to touch the handle. I didn't want to know if it was unlocked. But eventually, I reached out and turned it, slow, like it might do something. It opened. I felt this rush of cold air come in from the fire escape, and I stepped back instinctively. The gate outside was still closed and locked, thank God, but the actual door to my apartment was just open like nothing. It hadn't even been pulled shut all the way. I think that's what bothered me the most. Like whoever had been there didn't care if I noticed or not, or maybe they wanted me to notice. I shut the door and locked it again. This time I ran the bolt twice and put a chair in front of it. I don't know why I thought a chair would do anything. It's not like the door would stop someone who really wanted to come in, but it felt better than nothing. I thought about calling the police. I really did. I even picked up my phone and started dialing, but I stopped before hitting the last number. What was I going to say? That someone tried to break in but didn't. That a delivery guy gave me food that tasted fine, and then maybe came back later and scratched up my door. I didn't even have a clear image of his face. The camera footage was grainy as hell. I didn't have a license plate, just a feeling, and a paper logo taped to a jacket. So I didn't call. I know that sounds dumb. I know it sounds like exactly what someone in a scary story says right before everything goes to hell. But it's easy to feel ridiculous in daylight. Everything looks smaller in the morning, less sharp. You tell yourself it's nothing and try to move on. I went to work that day and barely got anything done. I sat in front of my laptop staring at emails I couldn't process. Every time someone walked behind me, I jumped. I kept checking my phone, expecting another notification from the delivery app. Like maybe he'd try again, maybe he'd send a message through the system, but nothing came. By the time I got home, I felt wrung out. I dropped my bag by the door and checked the back door again. Still locked, still bolted. The chair was untouched. I told myself it was over. I reheated some leftovers, watched a few episodes of a show I wasn't really paying attention to, and tried to settle back into some version of normal. I even turned off the motion alerts on my hallway camera because I couldn't handle another ping from the app without my stomach flipping. It was almost midnight when I finally crawled into bed. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up, and lay there listening to the sound of traffic outside. The usual distant honking, a motorcycle somewhere far off. All normal, all fine. And then, just as I was starting to drift, I heard a knock. Not at the front door. At the back one. At first, I thought I had imagined it. I was lying in bed, half asleep, not totally sure where the sound came from. But then, it happened again. A knock. Not loud, not pounding. Just a soft, deliberate knock. Like whoever was doing it didn't want to wake the whole building. Just me. I stayed completely still. I didn't even sit up. Just opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was something else. Maybe it was the pipes. Or maybe someone on the floor below me slammed a cabinet or something. Old buildings make noise. That's all it was. Then it came a third time, 3 slow knocks. I knew the sound. That part scared me more than anything. You live in a place long enough, you get to know every creak, every echo. The back door sounds different than the front when someone knocks. It's thinner, hollower, less insulation. I knew that sound. It was the back door. I sat up, heart already going, even though I was trying to breathe slow. I didn't move right away. I didn't want to make any noise, not even on the floorboards. The chair was still wedged under the handle. I could see the top of it from where I was sitting. The door was shut. I kept telling myself that. The door was shut. I don't know how long I sat like that. Probably not that long. But it felt like forever. Eventually, I stood up and crossed the room as quietly as I could. I didn't turn on the light. That felt like it would make things worse, like it would show whoever was out there exactly where I was. I pressed my ear to the door, the one in the bedroom, not the one to the fire escape. I couldn't hear anything, just my own breathing, which felt way too loud. I stood like that for maybe a minute, maybe more. I kept waiting for another knock. or the sound of footsteps going down the fire escape. But there was nothing. I finally cracked the bedroom door open and peeked into the kitchen. Everything looked the same. The chair was still there, the back door still closed. I stepped out, slow, and tiptoed across the tile. The lock was turned. I swear to God, it had been locked when I went to bed. I had checked it, double-checked it. The bolt was in place. And now it was turned halfway, like someone tried to unlock it but didn't quite finish. The chair was pushed slightly to the left. Not a lot, just a few inches, like it had been bumped from the other side. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. I just backed away, heart going like crazy, and walked back to my room. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat on my bed with my phone in my hand, staring at the screen and not calling anyone. Again, I know how that sounds, but you have to understand, I didn't have anything concrete. No video, no break-in, just weirdness and fear. You can't exactly call the cops and say, "Hey, someone maybe tried my door and then left." That's nothing in this city. That's not even enough for a report. I finally fell asleep around 5 in the morning with the lights on and a kitchen knife on my nightstand. I woke up 2 hours later, groggy and panicked, because my alarm went off like usual, and for a second I had no idea where I was. That day at work was worse than the one before. I kept messing things up, sending emails with the wrong attachments, forgetting meetings. My manager pulled me aside and asked if everything was okay. I told her I wasn't sleeping well, which was true. She asked if I needed time off. I said no. I didn't want to be home. By the time I got back that evening, I was wired and exhausted at the same time. I checked the back door the second I walked in. Still locked. No new marks. No sign that anything had changed. I made myself dinner, even though I wasn't hungry, mostly because I needed something normal to do. Stirring pasta felt safe. It made the apartment feel lived in, less quiet. Around 9, I opened the app I'd ordered food from. I hadn't touched it since the first night. I wasn't sure what I was even looking for. Maybe I thought I'd find the guy's name or a contact or something I missed. When I pulled up my order history, I noticed something weird. The order wasn't listed. I had the confirmation email. I still had the charge on my card. But in the app, there was no history of the delivery, no driver info, nothing. Like the whole thing had been erased. I tried searching my email again. I had the original receipt. It showed the total, the restaurant, the time. But when I clicked on the link to view my order, it opened the app and just showed a blank screen. I called the support line. I sat through the whole hold process and finally got someone on the phone. I told them my order was missing from my history. They asked me for the order number, which I read off the email. The woman on the other end typed for a while, then asked me to wait while she checked something. She came back a minute later and said the number wasn't pulling anything up, that it might have been a system error or a test run from the restaurant that wasn't properly logged. She asked if I had gotten my food. I told her yes. She said, well, in that case, everything must have gone through, and there was nothing to worry about. That was it. No way to trace the guy. No record that he even existed. I hung up and just sat there staring at the wall. I started thinking about how easy it would be to fake the whole thing, to get a jacket from a thrift store and tape a logo on it, to print out a delivery bag. to follow someone's order from the app if you were nearby. Maybe the real driver was delayed, and this guy showed up first. Or maybe there never was a real driver. I realized then that I had no idea how he knew which apartment was mine. I never put my unit number on the app. I always meet them downstairs, always. So how the hell did he know to come up? The more I thought about it, the worse it got. I started replaying everything in my head like a scene from a movie I had watched too many times. The knock at the back door, the lock turned halfway, the missing order history. But none of that hit me as hard as that one detail I had somehow missed until now. I never put my apartment number in the app. Never. It was a habit. I always met deliveries downstairs because the buzzer barely worked, and I hated making people climb the stairs if they did not have to. So how did he know where to go? That stuck with me. It hit different than all the other weird parts, because it meant he had to know in advance. He had to be watching or listening or something. That was not just someone pretending to be a delivery driver. That was someone who picked me specifically. I started checking everything. I dug through old screenshots, confirmation emails, anything that might show my settings. Every one of them had the same thing: my building address, no apartment number. There was no way he could have known which door to knock on unless he already knew. At some point, I opened the camera app again, the hallway footage. I had turned off the alerts, but it was still recording. I scrolled back through the timeline just to make sure he had not come back again. Nothing obvious, no figures, no strange movements. But then I noticed a gap. Each night, the camera caught the usual stuff: me leaving for work, coming back, sometimes neighbors passing through. It triggered any time something moved. But there was a window of about 30 minutes, 2 nights ago, where there was just nothing. No trigger, no footage. That had never happened before. I checked the timestamp. It was between 1 in the morning and 1:30, right around when I had heard the knock. I stared at the timeline like maybe more clips would suddenly appear, but they did not. It just skipped from 1 o'clock to 1:30. I closed the app and sat there holding my phone. I could feel that weird cold flush rising through my chest. I do not even know if that makes sense, but that is what it felt like. Like my blood dropped a few degrees all at once. I thought about calling the building manager, but what was I supposed to say? Hey, can you check if someone came up the fire escape in the middle of the night? Can you review footage we do not have? We do not even have a security system, just locks and hope. I barely slept again, not even a few minutes. I lay there with the kitchen light on, watching the crack under the door in case it shifted. I kept the knife next to me again. I know it was probably pointless, but it made me feel less helpless. The next morning, I made a decision. I needed to do something, anything. Sitting there waiting for him to come back was killing me. So I went out and bought a cheap motion sensor for the fire escape. One of those ones that chimes when it gets triggered. I installed it just outside the back door, right above the latch. I also wedged a broom handle through the metal bars of the gate so it could not be pulled open without a lot of noise. It was not perfect, but it was something. I also emailed the support team from the delivery app again. I asked if they could at least confirm which driver was assigned to my order that night. Not even for a complaint. I just said I had a weird experience and wanted to know who dropped off my food. No response. The day dragged. Everything felt slow and heavy, like I was wading through water. Every sound made me jump. I even flinched when the microwave beeped. By the time it got dark, I had gone full paranoia mode. I closed every blind, turned off the lights in rooms I was not using, sat with my back to the wall, and just stared at the hallway cam feed like it was a live news channel. Nothing happened. Not that night, anyway. But the next morning I found something. I was getting dressed, trying to convince myself to go into work even though I was running on maybe 2 hours of sleep. I reached for my jacket, the one hanging by the front door, and it slipped off the hook. There was something inside the pocket. Not mine. It was folded paper, real thin, like that receipt kind of paper. I pulled it out and it was blank on one side, printed on the other. I thought maybe it was a receipt I had stuffed in there and forgotten about, but then I looked closer. It was a delivery confirmation slip, the kind that usually comes stapled to the top of the bag, except this one was not from the restaurant I ordered from. It had a different name, one I had never seen before. A fake one, probably. The logo looked like someone had just typed it in bold and added a little clip art icon. But the worst part, it had my name on it, and my apartment number. It was printed right there under the address, even though I never gave it out, even though I always met them downstairs. I don't know how it got in my pocket. I don't even know how long it had been there. I wear that jacket almost every day. It just hangs by the door, right near the coat rack. I never noticed anything strange before, but now I could not stop thinking about it. Like he had been in my apartment, like he had been close enough to tuck it into my pocket and leave without a trace. I sat down on the floor and stared at the paper for a long time. I wanted to tear it up or burn it, but I couldn't move. I just sat there holding it in both hands while the minutes slipped by. I called in sick that day. I did not even try to sound convincing. I just said I could not come in and hung up before they could ask why. I didn't leave the apartment, not even to check the mail, because if that paper got into my jacket without me knowing, that meant one thing I had been trying not to believe. He had already been inside. I kept the paper. I don't know why. I could have thrown it out. I even walked to the trash can with it once, but my hand wouldn't open. It just felt wrong to let it go, like it was proof. Not that anyone would believe me. But still, it was something real, something I could hold. I tucked it into the back of a drawer with some old receipts and dead batteries and left it there. The rest of that day was a blur. I couldn't focus. I couldn't eat. Every creak in the floor made my stomach tighten. I jumped at the sound of the radiator turning on, which I've heard 100 times before. I kept checking the lock on the back door, then the sensor I had installed. The broom handle was still in place. The bolt was still tight, but it didn't make me feel any better. Because now I wasn't just scared of what might happen. I was scared of what already had. I walked through the apartment and tried to imagine where he would have gone, what he would have touched. Did he walk past my bed? Did he open my fridge? Did he stand in the hallway listening to me sleep? I checked everything, every drawer, every cabinet, every closet. I didn't really know what I was looking for. I just needed to know. I needed to see with my own eyes that nothing else had changed. In the bathroom, I stood for a long time looking at the shower curtain. It was the same as always, blue, kind of cheap, with little white lines running across it. But I couldn't stop picturing someone standing behind it, like maybe he had been hiding in there while I brushed my teeth, just quietly breathing, inches away, and I never even looked. That night, I didn't turn off the lights, any of them. I stayed in the living room on the couch with the kitchen knife and the hallway cam feed pulled up on my phone. Around 2 in the morning, I dozed off for maybe 20 minutes, head leaned back on the armrest. When I woke up, the phone had slipped between the cushions. I grabbed it immediately and checked the feed. Still clear. Still nothing. That made 3 nights with no new footage of him. No new knocks, no signs of anything. I should have felt relieved, but I didn't. It felt worse, actually. Like waiting for the other shoe to drop. The next morning I called a locksmith. I didn't want to explain too much, so I just said I had an old building door and wanted a better lock. The guy came by that afternoon. He was this older guy, maybe in his 50s, and he was really calm. Like calm in a way that made me realize how on edge I was. He looked at the door for a while and finally said, "Yeah, this frame's been messed with. Just like that. Casual. Like it was obvious." I asked him what he meant, and he pointed to the inside edge of the frame. Said it looked like someone had tried to pry the latch with a tool. I asked if that would have worked, and he said, eventually, if they knew what they were doing. Then he told me I needed a better bolt, preferably a double-cylinder lock that needed a key on both sides. He installed it that day. I paid extra and tipped him in cash. I didn't even care how much it was. When he left, I stood behind the new lock and turned it over and over in my hand. It felt heavier. Stronger. That helped a little. I didn't hear anything for 2 more days. No knocks, no sounds, nothing out of place. By the 3rd night, I started thinking maybe he was done. Maybe he got scared off. Maybe he realized I knew, that I was watching now, that I had changed the locks, that I was not going to be easy. And then the photo showed up. It was slid under the front door while I was in the shower. I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no movement. Just stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and saw a corner of white sticking out on the floor. For a second, I thought it was junk mail. I even walked right past it. Then I turned around and picked it up. It was a printed photo, matte paper, black and white. It showed my apartment building from across the street. Taken at night. I recognized the angle immediately. There's this one spot between 2 garbage bins where people sometimes park scooters. It was taken from there. You could see the front door, the buzzer panel, the 2nd floor windows, my windows. On the back, in red ink, someone had written 2 words. "Nice jacket." My heart actually stopped for a second. I know how dramatic that sounds, but it did. My chest just stalled out and then kicked back into gear way too hard. I dropped the photo like it was going to burn me and took a step back. I didn't touch it again. I just stood there staring at it on the floor, towel still dripping, for what felt like 10 full minutes. Eventually, I picked it up with a paper towel and slid it into a Ziploc bag. I don't know why. It felt like something you do with evidence, and even if no one was taking me seriously, I figured I should. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The motion sensor didn't go off. The camera didn't catch anything. But he had been there. I knew it. I felt it. Somehow, he had gotten to my door without the sensor tripping. Or maybe he came from the other side. Maybe he was already in the building. I started going through worst-case scenarios in my head. What if he had a copy of my key? What if he had followed me before and found a way to get one made? What if he bribed someone who had access? It made me feel sick, helpless. But I wasn't going to wait anymore. I grabbed my bag and shoved in a few changes of clothes, my laptop, a phone charger. I threw in the knife too, just in case. Then I left. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just walked out the front door, looked both ways down the street, and kept moving. I figured I'd find a hotel, somewhere cheap, but with a front desk and cameras and people around. Somewhere he wouldn't follow. But I hadn't even reached the corner before I noticed something across the street. A car, parked between two vans, black, no plates. And someone sitting inside. At first, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was just a guy waiting for someone, or a delivery driver between shifts, or somebody sleeping in their car. That happens a lot in this city. But then the headlights flicked on, just for a second, like a blink, and then they went off again. He saw me. I wasn't even halfway down the block when it happened. I stopped walking and just stood there on the sidewalk holding my bag like I didn't know what to do with my hands. I didn't want to run. Running felt like a mistake, but standing there felt worse, like I was waiting for him to decide what came next. I looked at the car. I couldn't see his face. The windshield had this reflection from a nearby street lamp, and the shadows inside were all wrong, but I could feel it. I don't know how else to describe it. That cold, skin-tight feeling of being watched on purpose. I turned and kept walking faster now. I didn't look back, not at first. I made it to the end of the block and crossed over into a more crowded area, closer to the deli and the bodega and the 24-hour laundry place. I kept my head down and moved like I was going somewhere specific, even though I wasn't. Just anywhere that wasn't alone. When I finally did glance over my shoulder, the car was gone. I went straight into the nearest hotel that didn't look too expensive. Just a mid-tier chain with a glass lobby and tired staff. I paid for 2 nights up front in cash, no questions. The guy at the desk barely looked up. He handed me the key card and went back to whatever he was doing. I think that helped. Being anonymous. Being somewhere with security cameras and other people, and a lobby that locked at midnight. The room was fine, small, clean, beige everything. The kind of place where you could sleep or hide or vanish, and no one would think twice. I put the safety latch on the door and pulled the desk chair over just for good measure. I kept the lights on. I lay down on top of the covers fully dressed, my bag on the floor next to me and the knife under my pillow. I slept for 12 hours. The next morning I turned my phone back on. I'd left it off overnight, afraid he might be tracking it somehow. When it powered up, there were no missed calls, no messages, nothing. I checked the hallway camera feed from my apartment. No new activity. The motion sensor had not gone off. Nothing at the front or back door. The photo was still in the drawer. The paper slip still tucked away. It was like everything had stopped. I stayed at the hotel for both nights. I didn't go anywhere. I ordered food from the front desk, not delivery, not even takeout. Just snacks and soda from the vending machines and a lukewarm sandwich wrapped in plastic that tasted like cardboard. And I didn't care. I kept the TV on low just for the noise. I barely moved. By the second night, I started to feel something I hadn't felt in a while. Not safety, not yet, but distance. Like he couldn't reach me here. Like whatever had been building around me was starting to collapse under its own weight. The next morning I called someone I hadn't talked to in a while. My sister. We're not close, haven't been for a long time, but I told her I needed a place to crash. She lives upstate, about 2 hours north, quiet little town, works from home. She didn't ask a lot of questions, just said, yeah, come up. We've got a spare room and decent Wi-Fi, and you sound awful. I didn't explain much, just told her I had a weird situation with my building and needed a break. I packed my stuff and checked out of the hotel. Took the train north and watched the city disappear through the smudged window. The house was small, cozy, smelled like laundry and coffee. She let me in without saying much, handed me a blanket, and pointed to the room. I spent the next few days doing almost nothing, sleeping, reading, sitting in the backyard with a hoodie and a cup of something warm, just listening to wind through the trees. No knocks, no photos, no blank delivery orders. It's been 2 months now. I moved out of the apartment, broke the lease, left most of my stuff behind. I didn't want it anymore. I didn't even go back in person. Paid a friend to pack up a few things and ship them to me. Changed my number, deleted the apps, got a new phone entirely, bought it in cash. I've been up here since, still at my sister's for now, though I'm looking for my own place nearby, something quiet, something where the back door stays locked and the only knock I hear is from the mailman. And even that still makes me pause sometimes. I don't know who he was. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know if he picked me at random or if he had been watching for a while. I still think about the paper logo on his jacket. The way he smiled and didn't say a word. The way he handed me that bag like he was testing something, like he was waiting to see what I'd do. And I think about the slip of paper in my coat, the photo under the door, the car with no plates. There's a part of me that will probably always wonder if I got out in time, if I left before he decided to take it further, or if, for some reason, he just gave up, lost interest, moved on to someone else. That's the part I can't stop thinking about, that he might just do it again, pick another name, another door, another fake logo and jacket and car with no plates. And that maybe, next time, someone won't notice the little things. They'll take the bag and say thank you and not think twice. And maybe they won't be as lucky. I don't talk about it much. I haven't told anyone the full story, not even my sister. She just thinks I had a stalker situation, or a bad neighbor, or something. She asks sometimes if I want to go back to the city, and I always say no. I don't think I ever will. Because here's what I keep coming back to, over and over, when I lie awake at night, or see a delivery driver pull into someone's driveway, or get a knock at the front door. He didn't want the food. He never did.